All right, let's get started. It is 5:00. Oh, we're late. It's 5:05. It's 5 minutes. It's 5 o'clock and 7 seconds. All right, we'll call this meeting to order. We have a quorum. We have Trustee Jennings and Trustee Behrens, and Trustee Taylor's on the phone. So
Here.
here, en route. She is en route. So we will call this meeting to order, and we will start with the Pledge of Allegiance. If y'all don't mind. I pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Next, we will welcome all the guests. I think there's 4 people in the audience, Trustee Taylor. We can have them introduce themselves if they want. That's how few there are in the audience right now. Anyways, welcome. And when we come back from executive session, maybe there'll be some more. And then we will now move to the mission and vision for the school district. We'll start off with the mission statement, which is the mission of the Nampa School District is to ensure high levels of achievement for every student. Vision statement. Every student is fully engaged in extraordinary learning experiences, preparing for a successful transition to the next stage of life. All right, trustees, we are on item 2, and I forgot to ask Tyler, are we recording? Because we don't have to start over again. Okay. All right, item 2 is approval of the agenda.
Motion moved.
Been a motion and seconded. So the approval of agenda is done, and I will entertain a motion to move into executive session.
All in favor?
Oh, yeah. All in favor?
Aye.
All right. Now I'll entertain a motion to move into executive session.
Chair, I move that we move into executive session per Idaho Code 74-206-1B, C, D, F, and J. B, to consider the evaluation, dismissal, or disciplining of, or to hear complaints or charges brought against a public officer, employee, staff member, or individual agent, or public school student. C, to acquire an interest in real property, which is not owned by a public agency. D, to consider records that are exempt from disclosure as provided in Chapter 1, Title 74 of Idaho Code. And F, to communicate with legal counsel for the public agency to discuss the legal ramifications and legal options for pending litigation or controversies not yet being litigated, but imminently likely to be litigated. The mere presence of legal counsel at an executive session does not satisfy this requirement. And J, to consider labor contract matters authorized under Section 74-206-1A and B of Idaho Code.
I second.
Okay, Trustee Taylor seconded. All in favor? Roll call.
Chair Griffin.
Aye.
Trustee Jennings.
Aye.
Trustee Taylor.
Aye.
Trustee Behrens. Aye.
All right, we'll move into executive session, and we'll be back here in public session at 6 o'clock. Correct?
Correct.
Yes.
I almost asked for a motion. It's 6 o'clock, 6, and we are back in, well, till Tyler gives me the thumbs up. All right, we're back.
I need to go check. Call the time for it.
Okay. We've already gone through item number 1 and item number 2 and item number 3. We're just moving right along. So Dr. Russell, we are now at item number 4, student spotlight.
Yeah, Chair Taylor, trustees, tonight we have the privilege of having our middle school robotics, and I'm looking for, Mr. Chris.
There he is.
Actually looking
They're
for,
on their way. I actually told them 6:30.
Oh,
I told them they're on.
Okay. Do you want to discuss? Are we waiting for students as well?
Can we wait for them to
Yeah.
get here?
yes.
Soon.
So in light of that, we'll, do we need a motion to change the agenda? Okay, so we're just gonna go right to item number 5, comments. Do we have anybody signed up for comments? Why I'm going to trustees first. All right, trustees, we're in item number 5. So any comments, any updates, anything you would like the public to know about? We'll start on this end.
Don't have much to say.
Mr.
Just
Jennings.
grateful to get past spring break and be in the last leg of the school year. So this will be good.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I'm gonna double down on spring break was fabulous, and I'm glad that spring is here. But I also want to say that I had the privilege of attending the RISE graduation. So it was the first graduating class of 2025, and it was phenomenal. Not only was the presentation great, but we also had Superintendent Critchfield attend. I thought that that was phenomenal as well. She was able to speak, and then it was just neat to see the different personalities. And it was honestly really neat to see the diversity that RISE serves. I did use the word diversity. I mean it as
It's all
it's
right.
defined.
It's a real word.
It is a real word. But very cool to see people who had taken advantage of that program. And a lot of the graduates actually already had, I felt like they brought them up and they were like, not only has she graduated high school, but she's also on her 4th year in college. Like, I'm not even joking. It was like, these kids they really had worked hard to get to where they want to go. And it really just seemed like that atmosphere had served them well. Lots of families there, really proud of the kids. It was just special. I love the big graduations. This one was just really intimate. So beautiful presentation. Good job done by all.
Oh, good. Good. Trustee Behrens?
I had the opportunity on March 1st to spend the most of Saturday out at the state dance competition. And I thought all 3 of our high schools were very well. They did a great job, all 3 of them. It was fun to watch. It was a good one. So.
Oh my gosh, wait,
What?
the buses. I got to see the buses.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, sorry. I don't want to miss this update. And the buses. I got the opportunity to go out on the day that they christened the buses. And oh my gosh, when you said dance competition, Columbia, Skyview, and Nampa High, we were gifted a athletic bus, if you will, from First Student. And you guys, these buses are so cool.
Mm-hmm.
Now the Nampa High one does look the best. But anyway, I was sorry. When you said that, it just triggered that for me. But I not only do the buses look great, and thank you for student, but our team did such a good job with that marketing, that PR, getting the kids excited, everybody getting over there. It was incredible to watch our admin team work, and it was incredible to watch the kids get excited, and the buses look incredible. Okay, sorry. Done.
No, that's good.
Done. I got to do a lot of really cool things. Yeah.
Students do any of the designing?
No.
They were just logos but they were cool though.
They were cool.
Trustee Behrens, anything else?
That was it.
Okay.
Yep,
Trustee
yep.
Benz? Benz and Behrens? I'm gonna get this confused.
So my voice is not 100%, so I will keep mine short. I really, really enjoyed going to Nampa Academy's graduation. It was special. It was the first of this school year, according to Superintendent Critchfield, which is awesome and special. And each of those kids, they had a personalized story from the teachers who loved and nurtured them through their high school experiences, and it was quite the experience. So kudos to Nampa Academy.
On that note, those are videoed obviously, right? They were recorded, that
I
graduation.
don't think so. I don't remember seeing
I'm
them.
looking at
We didn't do
Matt
that one.
over here and Tyler. They weren't recorded?
Chair Kirkman, this ones were not. Our larger comprehensive ones are.
I'd be that'd be good to record those and just put them up so people can view them if they have
And our Nova is as well.
an opportunity. Anyways, yeah, those, I was talking to Dr. Russell about this, well, before spring break, and we were just kind of commiserating about the athletics here in Nampa School District and just the success that all the high schools and teams have had, robotics. I mean, everybody, it just seems like the Nampa School District shined this year. I mean, they always shine, but they really did. I mean, place second, place fourth in wrestling in Nampa. I mean, just a really good statewide presence. And so I thought that was really cool. I apologize that spring break last week didn't have the weather we're having today, but nothing we can do about that. But it was a nice break for the kids and staff. So home stretch, huh? 6 weeks for seniors, 8 weeks for everyone else, I guess, give or take. I'm stalling here to see if the students show up early. All right, did we have any comments? No public comments? Since we are at this point for public comment, is there anyone in the audience that would like the opportunity to take the opportunity to make any public comment about anything you would like? Which, by the way, I do want to comment on that. I know the Idaho legislature has that bill passed? Do you know about the public comment?
I believe it was on Governor Little's desk is the last thing I heard. And then I think we were waiting to see what exactly
was going to happen. So there was a bill going to the legislature about allowing the public to comment at a school district meeting on any topic that they would want. I just want to say we've been doing that. We've been doing that in our school district for the last
4 years.
4 years, really. And I think it's great. I think it's always good to hear from the public, and really whatever you want to say about whatever topic, got 3 minutes to do it. Going once, going twice. Staff, by the way, you can also comment too if you want.
He's now taking volunteers.
All right. Since we don't have any public comment, we will move to the next item, which is our consent agenda. Any questions on that? Anything you want to move out of the consent agenda into an action item in number 7, or I'll entertain a motion.
No, I do have a comment.
Okay.
I appreciate the stipend report. I just really like that that's there. I think that whole process just works brilliantly. I don't know. I appreciate that report. So I just want the staff to know it doesn't go in vain.
Yeah. A lot of times stuff in that consent agenda doesn't, staff are probably like, do they even?
Yeah,
look at
exactly.
this?
Yeah.
We
It's
did.
true.
I did notice they have a 5th grade camp out again. We did that when we were young.
A 5th
In
grade
Nampa.
camp out.
Yeah, we did that, and then I felt like they went away with it, but I saw one in there, so that's really cool.
All right.
I move to approve the consent agenda.
I'll second.
Been motion and seconded. Any discussion on that motion? If not, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All righty then. All right, we will move right into the action items, and we'll just go through these action items, Dr. Russell, until the students show up, and we'll break for the
Sure,
students.
sounds good. All right, trustees, on your agenda tonight, first action item has to do with the student calendar reconsideration. If you recall, last month, we brought forward the recommended calendar from, the committee had recommended a calendar to me, and I had brought forth a calendar for the board to consider, and the board did vote on that. There are some questions I think that has around that process, and so I'm happy to answer those. And Mr. Knopf from the committee is here as well to help answer some of those as well. But you'll see what we did provide in the board packet is you'll have calendar 3, which was the one that had the most feedback for it. And then there was also calendar 2 and calendar 1 because I don't believe those were in the board packet last time. You'll see in your board memo some of the changes that were made compared to last year's calendar and this year's calendar. But I think that most of it, and unless you have questions, I can help answer for you. There's possible motions there for you as well. You'll see in your board packet for you to consider. So is there questions I can help answer or discussion?
Yeah, Trustee Taylor?
Yeah, so trustees, after we approved the calendar, and what's pretty cool, and I learned this the hard way, if you vote yes to a motion, you can ask to bring it back. If you vote no, you're kind of stuck and tied to that vote. So just so you guys know, if something like that ever happens, you have that
Well,
authority.
you can
Yeah.
actually bring it back no matter what. I mean, it's-
Can you? If you're a no vote, Clerk Lamont?
Yes, because we do not follow a parliamentary procedure or Robert's Rules of Order to a T. We
Okay,
do a
sorry, what I
modified
said.
version.
Perfect. So you can bring it back whenever. But point is, I ended up getting a lot of calls after we approved that motion. And what really has happened is that it looks like the calendar sent out in the survey don't match anything that we chose. So I got a lot of parent feedback, and then I started to get teacher feedback. And the biggest feedback that I got from teachers was kids don't show up even if there's school on Friday. So that was the biggest feedback of, hey, you know what, parents are like, sorry, we have Fridays off. This is how our life is planned. We're not one of those parents. If there's school, our son goes. He's also a senior. So I get it, right? There's just other things that people have to contend with. And then, like I said, the first real issue, other than what the teachers had to say, was that a lot of parents just felt like, hey, none of this was voted on. So I did a little bit of digging, asking some questions, went ahead, called Chair Kirkman, and just said, I think we need to bring it back for discussion to either A, have the conversation of in future, what do we want to do? B, take a look at why those changes were made, maybe have more discussion as, you know, a team, or C, just determine why this was the best course of action, why this was brought to us, and hopefully shed some light on the to the community. So nothing specific here in mind, other than I do feel like when the community gets in touch with us, they're calling us, they're letting us know how things affect them, that it is important, especially when we hear from a larger number of people. And I got up to like 14 people, and I was like, okay, I know that sometimes that doesn't sound like a ton, but if I would have started looking, since I already had multiple people talking to me, and how is the calendar? How are things going with the calendar? You can really get some information. And I really think that we didn't get a lot of emails, or what they told me was, or when I would say, why didn't you email that? Well, because I felt like I was heard in the survey. So good that people felt heard in the survey. A little confusing as to why we went with a different calendar.
And I have a question, just as a matter of reminding us. So we had originally discussed when the calendar was first brought forward, when we voted on it.
Yes.
The problem was the end of the year going
Yes.
too far past when the Idaho Center was available, correct?
Correct.
So we had to end in May instead of June because of the constraints on the seniors. Is that
For
right?
graduation.
For graduation.
Yeah. So the parents' question was, well, then why was I able to be surveyed on a calendar that wasn't a possibility?
No, I'm just trying to
yeah, no,
remember.
totally. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, because those were the questions that I had as well. So I thought it was good for discussion, because I do think it's important for people to understand maybe why some of those changes were made or why they're adopted. I just thought it was a good discussion.
And some of the comments I had from parents were that the calendar went out, they were able to review it, they were able to comment on it, and then it came back to the staff, and then it was changed,
Yeah,
but never
modified.
went back out to the parents to
Right.
review the changes that were made, and it was just brought to the board.
Mhm.
So anyways,
That's what I heard too.
Trustee Benz?
One of the observations, which I'm looking at both of the options that are currently here, and they have the same information here. One of the questions that I received from teachers were, there's a Friday that's a comp day, a paid day, but we wouldn't be working that day anyway. Is that right? Is that correct? Is that an error? And so if there's some clarification, I know there was an email, I think.
Yeah, it just came
Yeah.
this afternoon, didn't it?
So Chair Kirkman, trustees, let's maybe start by, I'm going to have Mr. Connaught maybe talk a little bit around the committee's thought process when they sent out the 3 versions to get feedback, and what feedback means to the committee. And we can maybe clarify that about actually what was changed. Because my understanding it was one day that was changed from what went out to parents. But Mr.
Okay.
Connaught, but could you share a little bit about the committee's thought process, and then what was changed or not, and then we can talk around the comp day as well.
Sure. So the survey that was sent out for feedback, it's a Likert scale for feedback. It is not a vote. That the way the survey is set up, it is obvious that you're not voting, therefore making a decision for what's going to be recommended. Committee's trying to get some direction on which one probably is going to be the most appeasing. on a task that you're never going to make everybody happy.
Sure.
Sure.
No matter what calendar we put out there, we know that it's not going to fit everybody's desires. So taking that feedback, when we looked at option 3 that received the most agreeable feedback, any of the changes that were made to that were not structurally what separated it from the other 2 options. So option 1 did not have any Friday sessions, went into Thanksgiving break 2 days, and then ended in June. It received the least favorable feedback. Option 2 is a little bit of a blend of that. It had students in session on some Fridays, also went into Thanksgiving break, but then ended in May. And then option 3 did not touch Thanksgiving break, does have students on Fridays, and ended in May. So switching the 1 day from the end of May, the last Friday, which I believe is the 29th, to January did not impact what separated option 3 from the other options. And then some of the staff day tweaks that were made there, the committee made just after them receiving feedback from their peers, having a little more time to talk through that, those made more sense. Also knowing that the staff days can change at any time. And especially up until we're done with negotiations on the master contract, we may come back and rehash where some of those staff days are placed. So that's the committee's process. That was their thought process. The feedback was survey was meant for feedback. It wasn't meant to take a vote to make the decision. And they felt comfortable with the small tweaks that were made. Didn't structurally change what separated the 3 options.
So,
Tyler, do you have these? Do you have this presentation?
Survey data?
The survey results, yeah.
Director Knopp, if you could share, I think the day in question that was moved was May 29th.
Correct.
Which was sent out, and that was moved to January 9th, I believe. Would you talk a little bit why the committee felt like that?
It was, they felt like that a student contact day there in January was more beneficial from a student learning lens than the last day of school, which would be Friday, May 29th. The other thought was possibly through negotiations or an agreement, teachers could possibly look at flexing some time on May 15th to use on May 29th to pack their classrooms up.
Makes sense.
And so that's why that day was switched from the original.
Sure.
Yeah, so the caveat here was, do you want your Thanksgiving break or not? Right? Pretty much.
That seemed to be more agreeable
I think that's something that parents probably do preference.
than not. Like when you really look at that, what we were weighing was go to school on 4 Fridays or have all your Thanksgiving break. They chose all of Thanksgiving break. And when you look at the survey data, it's fairly strong. The separation between option 3 and option 1 is fairly significant.
Tyler, can you scroll down to option 3 there? Yeah, look at that.
Yeah.
And then Chair Kirkman, if I may, I
Sure.
can address Trustee Benz's on the comp day. The comp day on the calendar is actually a compensation day. And what that refers to is staff is being paid for the 2 evening sessions of parent-teacher conference. It's not an actual day on the calendar. It's just to track the 170 days that are in this current contract. So they're physically at school for 169 days. Day number 170 is for the 2 evening sessions. So where you place the comp day is really irrelevant. It's the fact that you're going to get paid and not be at work.
I guess the sentiment that I heard though is we wouldn't be working that day anyway. And it feels almost like it would be nice to have that extra day that would be working and, not
Certainly.
physically
And
there, so.
I think the thing that people need to realize that would force us to move a student day somewhere.
Yeah.
You don't get to just take a day off. So in other words, once the committee is tasked with the parameters of 150 student days and 170 staff days, at that point, unless that changes, we're just moving pawns. There's a give and a take for every move we make. So to mirror this year's sequence of parent-teacher conference week. Okay, that's what triggered the 5 Fridays that we were in session this year. So this proposed calendar, adopted, I guess, for next year has 4 student Fridays. If we were to mirror that week like we did this year, we're adding a Friday somewhere in that calendar for students to be in session because we'd have to go take that Wednesday.
Okay.
If that makes sense. So I think on the traditional 185-day staff, 172 student calendar, often we arranged the days to where it looked like we were getting an extra vacation day. The reality is you're just getting paid for a day. You're not going to be at work. Where that falls, it doesn't really
Chair
matter.
Director Knopf, that was discussed in depth with the committee, and
Correct.
committee's made up of teachers, administrators, and folks throughout the district who discussed that very same situation. Questions came up, and they still felt like that was the calendar to present.
Okay.
This is the calendar that was approved last board meeting?
Yeah.
Okay.
Mhm. Yeah, I just wanted, Chair Kirkman,
Yeah.
hey, I wanted us to have a discussion. This is our second year in a 4-day, you know what it's our first year,
And trimester, yeah.
right? Is this our first year in a 4-day
This is our
trimester?
first.
Oh my gosh, it feels like
Where
years
have you
just
been?
fly by. I feel like I've lived some life. This is
Yeah.
our second year.
Yep.
But this is our first year. And so I want to be cautious in making sure that we're getting, getting the input, getting what is affecting our parents and our teachers. So, and making sure that everybody is understanding, because I do feel like at some point you are just moving pawns, right? Because it's like, it's not like you get an endless playing field. So I do get that. Again, I just wanted to make sure that we had the conversation because I don't want anybody to feel slighted by our surveys.
Mhm.
I really count on them for information. And so I need my constituents to know and understand, hey, listen, when you take a survey, right? And that's what I say. I'm looking at the survey and I say this all the time. Why didn't you fill out your survey? The survey told us this. And so in years past prior, have we sent out surveyed calendars and then always changed them? Or is this something new based on what we had to move?
So Chair Kirkman and Trustee Taylor, I can only speak to what we did last year. I really
don't
haven't
know.
had anything
Yeah.
to do with the calendar task force before
Yeah, yeah,
last
yeah.
year when I drew the long straw and luckily got there. So I'm not real sure. I do know somewhat just through spotty memory of being part of the district for a long time. Some years I can remember no survey. Some years I can remember we actually were taking a vote. Could have been staff only or stakeholders. I'm not real sure. I know last year, very similar survey wise, we sent out agreeable, disagreeable, Likert skill, so to speak. I do not believe we made any tweaks to that one after we had sent it out. That was also somewhat in, it was along with a lot of the 4-day decisions we were also making at the same time
Yeah.
as well, right? So it
Yeah,
wasn't,
it's just
it wasn't
people-
as standalone, so to speak. And then also last year in this process, we did present a student-only calendar at this time of year
Mhm.
because of all the structural changes and negotiations and everything that was going on. We didn't put any staff days out on last year's calendar
I
at
remember.
this point in the year. We just had a family-friendly calendar
Yep.
that was put out. So this year's a little bit different from
Yeah.
that standpoint.
Chair Kirkman,
Yeah.
and again, I get that. And I think things have had to be, I just think it's really important that we move to a place of consistency because we have made so many changes. And so I get it. This would be our first year that the calendar's coming out, but I'd like to see it a practice of, I want people to understand when they're taking the survey, yeah, we're getting your feedback, but the caveat here is do you want a Thanksgiving break or not? Which I think they got it. I think they got the assignment, but I want it to be consistent. So are we surveying parents every year for the calendar? Are we not surveying parents every year for the calendar? I just want it to be consistent moving forward because we've made a massive amount of changes and I want our community to know what they can expect from us. But I want to have this conversation because in having this conversation with you, I wouldn't change my vote. I totally get what you were working with. I just felt really bad that we didn't get to have this conversation for parents to hear and walk with us. You know what I mean? That was it.
No, and I like this survey too. I think
I do too.
I think it adds context
I
to
do
what
too.
the committees are discussing and what staff
Yep.
are discussing also.
And I know that Dr. Russell did mention that day change whenever it was presented last month.
Yeah.
And it made sense to me to have the kids get out not on a Friday at the end of the school year. So I wouldn't change my vote either.
Right. Like I said, I really just felt like it needed to be a discussion. I really felt like the community needed to hear, like, no, we do look at the survey data. Here's why we're surveying. And here's what can happen because of our boundaries or parameters.
Okay, any other trustees, any other comments, questions?
No. But you know what? I'll give you a
Since-
motion.
I was gonna say, since it's on the, thank
I
Thank you, Dr.
move to affirm the approved 25-26 school year calendar as presented in the February regular board meeting.
And I'll second.
Okay, motion's made and seconded. Any discussion on the motion?
Yeah, I want to say I really appreciate our staff for allowing us to bring that back up. I hope that wasn't too painful. I do believe that it's important when we get a lot of feedback about something after a vote that we can bring it back for discussion. I really appreciate the time that Mr. Knopf took to send me the information when I inquired with Dr. Russell. I had a chance for Dr. Russell today to update me on the teacher workday. So I just appreciate all the effort that you guys went through. I want our community to know that they can bring things up and bring them up again. I want to hear what my constituents have to say as many times as they need to tell me. That's it.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right. We'll move on to I'm eyeballing the clock here and waiting for students, but Dr. Russell, should we jump into?
Chair Kirkman, trustees, I believe they're here. I think
Oh,
Mr.
okay.
Chris was kind of
Oh,
waiting for them
good.
all, was going to bring them all in together. So I
What a-
think.
it's a
honestly, I'm
great-
gonna
it's
ask
a-
her if they're ready, because my text that I got from him said the majority are here. We were just waiting for a few more. And that was like 10 minutes ago.
Well, I don't think you're gonna jump into curriculum adoption math and. that-
Probably not.
that might
Let's
take a
let's
minute.
get our kids here and
Yeah. They don't want to hear about math. They just got done with spring break. All right, cue the elevator music. Right on.
That's what I have to change in my password.
Single file.
I love it.
Can they be up there?
Yeah.
Yes, we would love it.
Absolutely.
Come on, guys.
This is why I still volunteer here.
As long as you don't have one of those death robots with the big saws.
Parents, you guys can go back. Yeah, I'm not really here. You guys all up this way.
Hi, guys.
Hello.
now Chair Kirkman and Mr. Christ, I believe. Oh, South and East Valley present today.
I know.
Got a few more kiddos coming. We get them all in here.
Last time I think it was just east, wasn't it?
It was, yes. We a couple others that are joining us today.
So cool.
All right, Mr. Chris, floor is yours.
Chair Kirkman, thanks for having us tonight. Other board members appreciate you being here. One quick shout out for me before we get going. This is me giving a shout out to Miss Behrens, a new board member. She and I go back a long ways, back to when I was a teacher at Skyview and her kiddos were at Skyview, and feels like a million years ago, but very glad to have you on the board.
Yesterday, yep.
Yeah.
Thank
I'm
you.
here tonight to give a big shout out to our South Middle School robotics program, East Valley's robotics program. The Lone Star kids don't have a team going to Worlds, but also a very vibrant program. I think between the three programs, we have about 180 kids at each middle school in the three different programs. So 360 plus 180, 540 kids that robotics is touching at the middle school level. We're sending 4 total teams from the Nampa School District to the Worlds. It happens next month.
I'm sorry, the Worlds?
To the World Vex competition. I'm actually going to have Mr. Gomez and
All
Mr. Anderson talk more about that. Come on, this way, buddy, this way, this way. Lots of great kids involved in robotics. It gives a whole branch of opportunities for kids who might not otherwise be participating in things. And they do some amazing stuff. We actually host the state robotics competition each year here in our middle schools. There's only 8 or 10 middle schools in the state that run a robotics program, including the 3 middle schools in Nampa. So pretty proud of those programs. I'm going to pass it over to Mr. Gomez. He's going to talk. He's the East Valley teacher. And then Mr. Anderson is right behind him, and he'll come up and share a little bit as well. Thank you.
Cool.
Go ahead, Jason.
Thank you, board, for letting us come tonight and show off some robots. I brought 3 students today with their robots. We have Archer, Natalie, and Augie. One other member is not here today, but they're going to show off one of their robots. And then we just found out that one of our other teams got invited to the World Championships just last week. And so we're getting them squared away to be able to go also. The World Championships happen in Dallas, Texas. There'll be somewhere around 600 different teams from 40 different countries around the world that show up. And so it'll be 3 days of really tough competition. And I'm really proud of these kids and their robots and all the hard work they put into. And so they're going to show you some examples here in just a second. Mr. Anderson.
Thank you. Just to kind of reiterate what Jesus was talking about, last year we were at Worlds and I had one team there, and we had a team from Russia on one side of us and a team from China on the other side, and they had to learn how to communicate. So Google Translate was being used a bunch, but the experience that the kids get is just pretty incredible. And it's a very tiring event. It's like you might expect at a world event, but it's truly like the Olympics of robotics. I think at the finals last year, the finals is the last 12 teams standing, you might say, out of 6. A team is 4 kids, and with 600 teams approximately, so that's a bunch of kids. The finals is the final 12, and I think there was about 7,000 people watching middle school robotics. It's pretty incredible. There's sponsors like Tesla and NASA and Google, and all of these major billion-dollar companies are putting money into what these kids are doing. And again, like he was saying, we want to let them drive these things around a little bit. The game changes every year. What you'll notice about some of the robots is they're trying to put rings on these posts, and there's multiple ways to do it. But these are fully student designed. We give them experience. In my classes at South, we have a beginner 7th grade classes, and the 8th grade kids run with it. They do all the programming, they do all the building, all the research, everything involved is kid centered, and I'm kind of just their mentor, and Jesus does the same thing. So let's let them kind of take over, and if you have questions for them, I think they would be grateful to answer those.
So go ahead and move some goals out and some rings out and just turn on your robots and let them run. And
go all the way back.
Yeah,
spread
you can
all
use
the way
this
out here, guys.
whole-
Yeah,
can
the
use
whole
all of
floor,
it.
everywhere.
We can get a new TV if you have to.
Alan, you guys take yours over here.
Oh. Wait, I have to put this sweep in it?
Yeah,
It's like a conveyor belt.
Yeah.
It's got, like arms on it. You guys in the back want to stand up and watch this, you're more than welcome.
yeah, it's actually really cool.
Let me ask you a question on here. Is it timed? Is that one of the, I mean, are you supposed to pick up so many rings in a certain amount of time?
Oh, he's still in his rings. Look at this. He's still in his rings.
You get 2 minutes, and 15 seconds out of the 2 minutes is all coding. So you can't, there's no movement at all, it's all coding. And you're trying to get these on a mobile goal. And there's 5 mobile goals in the match, and whoever scores the most kind of wins on it. And then there's positive and negative corners. So when I have this here, I go put in a positive corner, it doubles my points. I put in a negative corner,
Alright.
and so
Do you have this translated? Or
so then at minute 45, you can just drive around and then, yeah, whoever wins it, or whoever has most wins at the end.
There are 4 robots going at a time. So they're crashing into each other.
So do your robots all have to follow a similar build, a similar pattern?
You have to stay in a, so it's, you have to go in a 18 by 18 by 18.
Okay.
So there's the size limit. There's also a limit on how much like plastic you can use, how many motors. It's not a single corner.
So can you guys order like that in the game?
Yeah.
Can you stop other robots?
Yeah. And there's a bunch of defense teams, right, the games going on. Most of it, like, depending on how big the robot is, like the strategic part of it, there's times that you have a team that, like, one of us who can score really well, and your other team isn't very well scoring, you're gonna have them go to those other alliances best team, and they're gonna defense goal power and scoring. So, and then it's also strategic thing, like taking, if they drop in and then goes and move it, or you can take that, that's what your defense is.
Were any of you guys?
Where's the parents of this young man right here with the hat? all of these kids, I mean, just amazing.
Yeah, this is amazing.
Just a couple more things that they do. They also have to document in an engineering notebook everything they do. So they have a PowerPoint that they put together, up to near 200 slides on a PowerPoint, and it shows the progression of their robot from beginning all the way, the code, the everything, the dimensions, how they're putting it together, their game strategy, wins and losses at tournaments, everything that they put together. The arena that they work in is a 12-foot by 12-foot arena. And so, I mean, we're really crammed in right here, but there's 4 robots, 12 by 12. And yeah, they go to town, and there's lots of carnage in the field that happens. And it's pretty exciting.
Do you get to repair them between matches?
Between matches, yeah.
So were you all, how many of you liked working on stuff like this before robotics? And how many of you got, all of you? How many of you got forever, your whole life?
Our team, this robot, last year, we were in the 7th grade program, we did it really quick, so we ended up doing the competitive robotics, we ended up taking 2nd in state last year. So we've been doing it for 2 years now, and so now, before that, I haven't really been doing anything, but since that.
So the class just brought you into this, and
Yeah.
you just love it, you're just
So
thriving.
you're in 8th grade now?
Yeah.
So when you graduate, what are your plans? Any of you, what are your plans after high school? I mean, it's a long ways away.
Unfortunately, there's no vet in high school, but they do have robotics, which is what I'm looking
Yeah, but the concept is to learn the engineering and all that. I mean, are you
Yeah,
looking at MIT or are you looking at? schools
Are you
like
going to
that?
work for Elon Musk?
The space
Will you be
program?
ready for Congress later? We don't know.
I might work on engineering just internally on and later try to start up something.
Oh, this is
And
amazing.
out of my area, I want to start up something.
That's so cool.
And then also part of the match, there's a different skills challenge that it's your robot by yourself scoring as many as it can in 5 seconds, 1 minute. And so it's real different because in that one, no matter what corner it is, if you have a goal on, you put the corner, it's 5 extra points. There's also a code on that too. So our team ended up winning that, scoring 19. Yeah, so it's like 19 in autonomous and 36 in
So last year, is this the first year robotics is in South?
No,
No.
5.
This is year 5?
How many years have you spent?
It's been quite a while.
13, 14.
That's where it started.
Yeah.
So I was just wondering the growth of this in over the last couple of years?
So
What
it's-
is the
It
numbers?
started at East a long time ago. Dave Reed ran it at East Valley, and then he trained up over at West at Lone Star, and then we were able to get South to get on board too, and so now it was at all schools. The last, I don't know, 5 or 6 years. 5 or 6 years it was at all schools, and still at all the middle schools. And so every 8th grade class, we're graduating out of robotics. I don't know, 120, 130 kids from the middle school into the high school, all ready for engineering robotics.
And there's nothing in high school right now as far as robotics. If there was, would that fall under the Idaho High School Athletic Association type thing?
No,
Governed by,
it's a co-curricular, right? And so it's in class, but they're, right now at the high school, they have, correct me if I'm wrong, I'm not in high school, but they have a robotics class, a single semester class that they just started this last year. Then the first robotics is an after-school club, which then your sports and clubs and work and babysitting and everything gets in the way. But so right now, these kids, they just go into the pathway, the engineering pathway, and have to make choices of what they're going to do. But doing robotics itself, they don't really experience it anymore.
so Dr. Russell, do we have to go on with the rest of the agenda? Can we just sit here and play
I
with
know.
these? For-
This is awesome. And then I've got questions.
If it helps to get them to high school, let's keep going.
I can say one thing, and this is what impressed me the most about robotics. One day I was talking with Mr. Gomez at East Valley, and I was chatting with him in the hall. The bell was ringing. It's middle school, so kids are coming everywhere, and they come in. And I was chatting with Mr. Gomez probably 5 minutes after the bell rang. Every single kid came in, immediately started working. Didn't need the teacher. They knew exactly what they were doing and going. So I think it just shows for the engagement that the kids have. I mean, automatically that's the class they want to be in. And I mean, obviously you can see when kids are engaged, they can do amazing things.
Yeah, I had an opportunity to go over there and look at a couple of years ago, and it was amazing to see those kids just like they could care less who was in the room. They were just on it. That's amazing.
It's incredible.
You guys are awesome.
So
You got my vote.
a couple questions. Oh, go ahead.
That's it. You got my vote.
Yeah.
Whatever we're voting
Whatever,
on, you
if
got
you
it.
want, we'll shake all of your hands someday for when you develop my flying car. Going by. Then I can be like, he was at a school board meeting once. So how can we support or where's the need for us to support these types of programs moving on into high school? What are your big ideas?
I'm keeping Mr. Gomez out of the seat because he'll just ask for more money. I will tell you that
When somebody gives you a platform and money is what you need.
that's why I sat him down.
Yeah,
So honestly, the resources really are connected to giving the space and time available for kids to have the opportunity to do those fun classes that we don't sometimes, we think we teach a lot of things in middle school and it's not always math and science and language arts and reading, right? I mean,
Right.
a lot of the time it's how do we engage kids in wanting to come to school,
Yeah.
whether it's sports or whether it's programs or whether it's robotics or whether it's art. I was in madrigals in Caldwell High School 20,000 years ago because I loved to sing and it kept me engaged in school.
Yeah.
And so just giving kids opportunities to find their thing that allows them to want to be engaged is, I think, really super important.
I do too. And I think this thing is very engaging.
For sure.
And I happen to also believe, whether we like it or not, the entire world is moving towards robotics and technology. That's the world we will live in and that they will run.
For sure.
And so that's why I wonder, I think things like this are still very engaging in the 9th, 10th. I would like to build a robot in your class. I'm 43. So I don't feel like there's like an age limit. So when I hear that, is it just that, are you saying that high school, we don't really allow for something like this to occur based on how it has to be run?
I can't speak to that necessarily. Yeah. I think what I would just say is I agree with you. We're not going to have less technology tomorrow than we have today. Mm-hmm. It's just continuing, and our program numbers have done nothing but grow. And I mean, I could probably fill another full-time teacher's worth of robotics elective options.
There's the ask.
Yeah, right there.
Yeah,
Right there.
I mean, it's an engaging thing for kids. So a shout out to these two guys also, neither one of them were robotics teachers 10 years ago. And they've been teaching, I think Jesus 22 years and Jeff 22, 23 years.
Wow.
So Jesus was a science teacher. You were voluntold, but now he loves it and he's involved in it. And both been integral in the Nampa School District and all the things that we do here. And so it's a fun thing to do and to see kids really want to be engaged and be motivated by
Well,
it.
the next thing is going to be the AI portion of this whole robotics. But Dr. Russell,
Sure.
did you have?
Yeah, Chair Kirkman, trustees, just around the high school question, we did explore this a couple years ago around to get into high school because we know it is popular in the middle schools. And there are a few high schools that definitely have a VEX robotics. Now, currently we have a different robotics program. What we ran into last time was finding a teacher to actually teach VEX because it's not every teacher is immediately willing to teach VEX and learn VEX and kind of move into it. So I think that was the issue that we kind of ran into last time. I'm looking at Mr. Booth, he's still around here. I think was part of the issues we were trying to find.
It's part of the challenge. And then also we have clear pathways that this ties to and that's kind of a hard transition sometimes from really fun to, okay, the application.
Yeah, now you have to make it more.
I'm getting closer to
Yeah.
graduation.
Yeah,
Are
So-
there rules for the older population of kids? There are.
I think so. Yeah.
So is it often that some of our students will stay involved long enough to continue to do worlds through graduation, being involved in
For
some
sure.
of those high school pathways? Yes.
Yeah.
I feel like he's just, yes, he's holding himself back.
No, there are several schools: Caldwell High School, Nampa Christian, Valley View, Ridgeview, Weiser. They're all over the valley that have programs at the high school level. One of my former students, his dad is at Caldwell High School now, and he's still in it, going all the way through for robotics. And they do have AI sensors on them also already, by the way.
Wow.
But so they can do it in high school. They just have to find a high school that will do it.
Yeah. Yeah. That's awesome.
Dr. Russell, did you have a thought you wanted to
Yeah, I just wanted to share, going back to what Mr. Chris mentioned, one of the things that we want to do is keep kids engaged in school. Kids that stay engaged do better in school. And so it's not like I think the dream is dead, try to get a high school program. I think it's just a matter of us working through it. When we last did that, I don't know if that was pre-COVID or before. I can't remember. The years in my head all run together. Was it 2 years ago? Last year, clearly with all the changes and things, we didn't have that kind of discussion, but it's something I think we're definitely willing to discuss again and see what we can do and talk with our high schools and try to see how we can get a program going or an elective going. But it is trying to find that staff member that's willing to take that on and teach that section, to try to grow it from there and to see what we can do. So anyways, idea is not dead. We just need to continue to work for it.
Well, and I think sorry.
That's all right. Go ahead.
Sure. I think we're in that time now, right? I don't know. We're in that exciting time of now a lot of our changes have been made. Where can we put our energy? What do we need to focus on building? Where do the money asks need to be? What programs are we missing? I don't know. I think the things that we do are incredible. And you obviously changed his life. Basketball was that for my son, life-changing for him. I feel like this is the exact same thing. Basketball just carried my son through clear to college. And I think that anything like this that keeps kids engaged is incredible. And especially something that is, such a healthy hobby or healthy activity that just leads to lifelong learning. They're learning things now too, that even if they never did robotics again, they're learning life lessons that are invaluable of working in teams and these robots basically kill each other is what I can tell. I mean, it was like, boom, they knew what they were doing. It's incredible. This is exciting. I'm just glad you guys are here. I hope you don't hear that as a negative. It's just not all the time that we get to just sit here and say, hey, what can we do? And I'm not against asking anybody for money. So you know. So yes.
Trustee Benz?
Yes, I would love some clarification. So you had mentioned that the engineering pathway at the high school level doesn't exactly align with the robotics program at the middle school level. What are the differences? Are we much more focused on like civil engineering, or what's the disconnect with the engineering program?
It's automated. It's automated.
Sorry.
So basically, it's like how do you apply the robotics into the manufacturing field? So it changes from being competitive. And we do have the competitive with the NASCO club that they talked about. And that NASCO club, these guys build them, but they're not manufacturing parts with like CNC machines and that
So
kind of
we're
stuff.
focused more on like metallurgical engineering. What kind of engineering are we
I don't
looking
think
at
it's a
for?
specific engineering. It's just the concepts and the principles of,
It's automation.
yeah.
Is really what we're doing at the high school. with that pathway.
So let me ask this young man right here, because I think he was going to have a better answer than you, Mr. Ledoux.
Well, what I think was a while back, we went to I think it was Columbia, to a, it was, so there's a group of high schoolers were presenting to us what FIRST robotics was. Because we were looking into getting into robotics because we want to continue this because it's really fun.
Yeah.
And they said I think FIRST robotics is a really good advancement from this. Because from this we kind of get the parts, like as you can see, like this aluminum already has like holes and studs and stuff in it. But in FIRST robotics you get to make your own parts. So there's a lot more freedom, and I believe it's student run. I think it's a club. The robots are a lot bigger, faster, and just I think it's a very awesome advancement from this.
So one last question to all of you guys here, all of you kids up here. I can't remember, Dr. Russell, I think it was you when you were talking to Mr. Christ about, you guys come into the classroom, you're engaged automatically. You could care less if the teacher was there or not. You're just on it. You're on point. You're working. You're going at it. How does that help you when you get into like your math class or your English class or whatever class you're going in? How does this help you in your other classes, or does it? And you just want to like forget all those other classes. I want to go back to robotics.
Well, we have like a lot of like different classes throughout the day. And like, robotics requires like a lot of like, different subjects. Like, I was working on a notebook, and that requires wording and ELA. So, and then robotics, we got science, add to like one thing. And it's a lot. It's fun. It's like making learning fun. It's a whole different way of going through things. But it helps us like get into class because I have this first period. So that it makes me happy and ready to learn. And so when I walk in the class, I'm like.
Yeah, very good. Beautiful answer. Beautiful answer, Mr. Chris. That's a perfect answer.
Great kids.
Yeah,
It's
awesome.
One round of applause for these.
Yeah.
Okay, you guys drive those ones out of here. Can we drive them out?
Before you go, hold on just a second. Time out. Hold on just a second. This gentleman right behind you, I want him to
As
be able
a
to.
parent, my son's over there, Augie. He was really struggling in elementary school. And once he got into the robotics program, he flourished.
Wow.
Yes, he's almost 4.0. And I mean, he's doing great. And it's all because of robotics.
Yeah.
Very
And
cool.
and believe it or not, I see Mr. Gomez tell kids, you better get your grades up or you're not going. And they do.
Okay.
And they do. So
But-
it's a great motivational tool.
Awesome. Listen, I know that we're pressed for time, but this is what education is all about. This is why we talk about the mission and the vision and everything, that students are engaged in their learning. So I want to hear, did you have something that you'd like to say? Can you come up to the mic too? Because I want to hear your input also. The staff can get mad at me for dragging this meeting out longer.
So my son's in robotics, and we talk about them being engaged the moment they walk into the class, but it continues after that. He stays after school most days, and he'll
Is
go.
this your son right here?
Yeah, he'll go to the robotics class after school, and he'll call me an hour later. Okay, I'm ready to come home. Come pick me up. And so it's kind of a full day commitment. But what I mainly wanted to say is, my son in particular, he's sorry, Jude. He's kind of small.
Embarrass the heck out of him.
He's on the smaller end, and he's got friends that are a lot bigger than him. And sorry.
Picking on him.
But he's got friends that are into football and basketball and all these sports. And he's talked to me. He's like, Mom, I feel like I have to do sports in order to fit in at school. And we've had to convince him and tell him that there's other things that you can do that are just as important. And so this robotics class has been just life-changing because it is his sport. I got him a poster for Christmas that's hanging on his door that says robotics is my sport. And
Hey, I already think you're like cool.
yeah, he's super cool. That's the thing. I'm like,
listen,
you
I
don't
thought
need
that you were
sports.
cool
You
the
don't need
second
football.
You started talking. It's live.
Listen, you kids.
It's like I'm in robotics.
You kids are going to rule the world anyway.
Seriously.
So just hold on. Just your time will come.
Yeah, that's what I've told him. It's like,
That's great.
you know, sports is great, but there's so much more out there.
Yeah,
Anyway,
that's awesome.
thank
Thank
you.
you so much for that input. Is there any other parent that would like to? Any parent that would like to?
I just want to say thank you to the staff that helped these kids get through this. My son, we moved here from Filer last year and they had Lego robotics, which is a lot different. So I didn't know what to expect coming into this. To me, this is more intense than sports when you're watching it. And something that stuck with me, I spoke to one of the referees at one of the first tournaments. And the first thing, like I was talking to him about what kids are doing and all of that. And what stuck with me was that he said, everybody wants to be a sports athlete. Well, 7% of high school students go on to play college sports and then even less. Every single one of these kids can go on to become an engineer and do big things in life. And so I'm really proud of all of them. And then just thank you to the school board and the district for supporting these kids and to the staff, of course, for letting them do this. It's a lot of fun to watch if you haven't gotten to watch it.
Any other parent would like to comment or? Okay. Hey, guys, thank you so much.
Thank you.
And great job. Staff, great job.
Yeah, seriously.
You should go out to East Valley. They have like those 12 by 12 arenas set up and.
Thank you,
It's
guys.
really cool.
Let them go to war.
There was that little, oh, they picked it up.
Must be
Now
a
they get to
Ford.
go with Sarah. How did they get to work? I wanted to ask that, but
I think it's just a competition and they just qualify.
Okay. I'm gonna need to go to remote for like 20 minutes.
Okay.
Okay, Ryan needs me to come
Yeah,
in for a
that's
second.
fine.
Chrissy, can I go remote on your phone? I'll be right back. Do you mind? Are you
She's
sure?
got to take off.
I gotta take off for a second. It's my dad. Okay.
You want me to call you?
Do you mind? I'm sorry. I realize that it's not your.
Better go now before we get started.
Okay, I just want to make sure she's coming through.
Okay.
Okay.
All right, seriously, I'm ready to end this
That was
meeting,
good.
Dr. Russell.
That was great.
I got it. We got to talk about math. I understand. All right,
Well,
Dr.
it's part
Russell,
of
the next item on there is curriculum adoption for math. Excuse me, I'm so sorry, but we are going to excuse Trustee Taylor just for about 20 minutes or so she can take care of something at home. But go ahead.
Chair Kirkman, trustees, tonight we're going to go through two curriculum adoptions and share some information. We have some folks from our curriculum adoption committee team here, and they'll be sharing through the processes that they went through and be able to answer any questions you have for you. We do realize there was a lot of information that we provided in the board packet. That was on purpose because we wanted to make sure that the board had all the information that you could get there. And so you'll see the rubrics that were used, you'll see the scoring mechanisms that were used, you'll see what was considered. But now is the opportunity also to be able to ask any questions or any clarification you might have around some of those adoptions. So I'm going to go ahead and have Ms. Gomez, our Director of Curriculum, come up, and she'll start. Our first one is our math curriculum adoption for elementary schools.
All right, we'll give Tyler a second to pull up the PowerPoint.
He's got too many laptops.
And while we're doing that, trustees, sorry, Trustee Kirkman, I'll add, we'll go through, we're not going to go through every document in the board packet. We will go through a general overview of kind of what the process was and how it went and what the recommendation would be. But if you have any questions on any of the information in the packet, happy to answered.
Yeah, thank you.
Yes, and we are a tough act to follow there with the robotics. Okay, but we're going to start with math. And so to start, we'd like to say thank you to all the members of the committee for putting in many hours of learning and research. And I also want to acknowledge the curriculum and instruction team. They're sitting here. We have an elementary math specialist, secondary math specialist, a K-12 ELA specialist, a K-12 science specialist, and then a K-12 blended learning specialist. And I still remember Chair Kirkman in last summer when I brought this forth and him saying to me, like, this is going to be a big lift. And I don't think I had any idea, but it was a lot of work. And it did take every single member of my team to help, even though they're not ELA or math, all of them. They all played a role in that. And so they're just a fabulous team that supports a lot in the district. And I hope I can share some of the other things they do in the future. And there's also an executive assistant that Mr. Yarbrough, Mr. Knopp, and I share, Tammy Wallen, who also really helped keep ourselves organized. And you can see all the work that went into it by the documents you received. And so they're here if we have more specific questions. Those were all put together by members of my team. So in terms of the committee for math, we had 20 committee members to start with. That involved a representative or representatives from each zone. 7 elementary schools represented. We had a coach and an elementary administrator. We lost a few members over the course of the time. And then during the process, it came to our attention that one of our committee members was tied to one of the vendors. We addressed the issue and disclosed this with our committee, and this committee member became a non-voting member after that. The majority of the committee completed the process and they did a thorough job. This job started in October and we wrapped on March 3rd. And so there were a lot of meetings that they attended and a lot of homework that they did. And so we're very thankful to them for their time and energy and dedication to helping us get a math curriculum recommendation to you. And please stop me anytime if you have any questions. So as a review, I've tried to update the board on the process along the way. To start with, we asked for curriculum recommendations from parents and teachers for what they would like to see vetted. So we compiled that list and sent out rubrics to all of those publishers. The list in front of you, sorry, we changed slides, Tyler. The list in front of you are the publishers that we heard back from that submitted rubrics. And so we took this list and eventually narrowed that down. Next slide, Tyler. This slide is just an overview of the work that the committee did. They started with building background knowledge. The committee built their understanding around math instruction and math standards to start with. And then we took them through a screening process where we screened all 14 curriculums who submitted rubrics, narrowed it down to 4, and followed a process that's outlined in your board packet. From those 4, we invited those publishers to come make a presentation to the committee and allowed them to ask questions of the publishers. And then they completed scoring based on the rubric that the committee created. So starting on the first night when we started building background knowledge about NSD needs and students and just, building knowledge, there were several key selection criteria that emerged as the committee worked. For example, it was really important to this committee that there be a strong school-to-home connection with family engagement resources. And so that was one of the things that they looked at for each of these curriculums. Like, how do we make sure that parents know what's, how to help support their students? So that was one that was important. It was important to them to align with Nampa School District essential standards, for example, and integration of mathematical practices to support effective instruction, for example. So these were just some things that emerged as this is important to us. We then took those criteria and integrated the knowledge with the Idaho Department of Education curriculum adoption rubric. This adaptation allowed us to create an evaluation tool that is specifically aligned with the NSD goals and instructional needs. And so just to highlight what that criteria is, criterion 1 was alignment to Idaho content standards in mathematics. Criterion 2 was alignment to the research-based mathematics teaching practices. Criterion 3, alignment of multi-tiered systems of support. Criterion 4, alignment to indicators of quality. And then those are just examples of what that entails. Next slide. This is just a screenshot of the rubric. It was a pretty long rubric. We sent that out to all the publishers. They filled it out for all grade levels, K-5, and then our scoring scale included NA 0, 1, 2. just based on like partial alignment, high alignment, not applicable. So next. I think
That went out to all 14 or the?
originally that went out
Yeah,
to all
okay.
14, and then the committee used that to screen it themselves. So these were the 4 remaining curriculums after the screening phase. This is DMTI, Envision, Illustrative Math, IM 360, and Reveal. The committee listened to presentations from each publisher, and then they scored each with the rubric. We had an open house. We had a good turnout. There were 2 options. We had an in-person open house that 24 individuals attended, and then we had a virtual open house where we sent the link for login information so people could go in and look at their curriculums. We had 96 participants, and this is just an overview of who participated, breakdown by parent, community member, teacher, or NSD staff. So the open house, just feedback trends that we found was, for example, it was important that we adopt a comprehensive curriculum with built-in resources to minimize needing to supplement. That was a theme that had come out. Strong instructional support to guide effective lesson delivery, and print materials is really important for the feedback that we received. These are the open house feedback, just a table that shows the open house feedback. So our top 2 curriculums that came from this data point was Reveal and Illustrative Math, IM 360. So if you just look at those 2 right there, Illustrative had a higher percentage of support than Reveal. And we just looked at favorable, like yes or maybe you would be okay with this curriculum. And Reveal had a slightly higher percentage of non-support.
Can I ask a question real quick? So on this survey, were they rated, rate these 1 through 3 or 1 through 5? Like how was that proposed to the people that were answering the question?
So the question was just, I support the district adopting the selected curriculum, and then they responded yes, maybe, or no.
Okay.
So our least favorable of the 4 was DMTI. So for our committee scores, our scoring scale included NA 0, 1, 2. Our overall average score on the rubrics put Illustrative and Reveal as the top 2 choices here too. The difference between the 2 is close, and we found when we were looking at the results, some committee members scored them equally. So we sent out another follow-up and just asked them, will you rank where your number 1, 2, 3, 4 choice was? And so when they did that, Reveal was 7 of the committee members' first choice, and Illustrative Math was 5 of the members' first choice.
Sorry, was there any feedback at all from the community other than that single question, do you support it? Did anybody explain why they liked one versus the other?
Yes, so that's in the open house feedback that's in your board document. We included all the comments. There's a lot for each of the different curriculums.
Well, I mean, okay.
This is just another way to look at the elementary math curriculum committee and open house feedback. So the committee's overall average scores favored Reveal over IM 360, and then the open house feedback slightly favored Illustrative Math over Reveal. And
any idea why?
Any idea why?
Yeah. If that's okay, if you can't answer that question, it's going pretty deep. It's just kind of fascinating to me how the public views one curriculum and wants this, and then the teachers will see it this way. And anyways, I don't expect you have the answer to that. I was just wondering if you might.
We've looked at it. I mean, it's a lot of data. And
Yeah.
So we've kind of looked at some of the different, like, what did you see as the strengths here? And so Reveal, some of the strengths were assessment types, data collection, overall presentation. Illustrative, some of the strengths were clean, uncluttered design, easy to navigate online tools. Yeah, I don't.
And teachers are going to see details differently than what
Yes.
parents and the public might see also.
Sure.
Yeah, that makes sense. Trustee Benz, did you have?
Yeah, I guess it was just, I mean, since you did look through the feedback from both sides, was there anything particularly, what was the big difference between, when I'm looking through this, scope and sequence stands out to me, like I don't know why there were several comments on the
Yeah.
illustrative. I don't like the scope and sequence.
And even
those-
on our committee too. And so we didn't have the chance to go back and clarify
Okay.
with the people that filled out the survey, but we did with our committee. That scope
Uh-huh.
and sequence, we have control of that over the district. It's work that we're going to be doing, and we're going to be aligning our scope and sequence with the ISAT, making sure it's highly aligned there. And so for our committee, we said that shouldn't be a reason
Okay.
not to pick one, but we didn't have the ability to do that with
Okay.
our open house responders.
Yeah, and trustees, if I could just add to that comment a little bit, and this is some of the things that we had discussed around just alignment, becoming a little bit stronger, knowing that what we teach in our year, we have a 9-month school year. Our assessment starts in April, so really it's a 7-month school year. Are we hitting the right standards and spending the appropriate time on those standards throughout our year? Because sometimes what we do is we adopt a curriculum and we just follow what's in the book in the curriculum. I start with this chapter first and this chapter second. And what we're asking for us to do is be a little bit stronger in saying maybe chapter 3 needs to go first and chapter 5 would be later, because it aligns to our state assessment. And if we can do that, we think we'll actually see some increases in our state assessment scores.
So these were the final committee rankings. It was Reveal, Illustrative Math, IM 360, DMTI, and Envision. Do you have any questions?
Yeah, just one quick, what's the difference between what we're teaching, what we have now, the curriculum we have now, and Reveal or the top two? Is there a big difference? Is there a significant difference between what we have
I'm going to
now?
let our elementary math specialist.
Okay.
So currently we have 2 curriculums that we work out of. One is DMTI.
Oh, that makes it much simpler.
And one is another. And so, but mostly we use DMTI and illustrative and DMTI, I would say are more similar in the way that they teach math conceptually so that all kids can get in there and learn the thing. They have more of a similarity, if that's what you're looking for.
Yeah, how much different is Reveal than DTMI?
So Reveal, we noticed, the committee noticed that they have 2 pathways teachers can take. So when they're teaching each lesson, there's kind of a more student-centered version, and then there's more a directed version from the teacher. So it's kind of more versatile, I guess, in that way.
Okay. All right, thank you.
I got a question, actually.
Sure.
Sorry. Will they do both pathways get the student to the same place if a teacher prefers one over another?
That's a great
That's a
question.
loaded question because I can't be in each teacher's
Yeah.
shoes. I couldn't.
I just wonder if we'll have
say that.
inconsistent testings amongst even one grade group because we have 3 teachers and they all teach it a different direction.
Mhm.
Yeah,
I think there needs to be some work with the district, giving them guidance on what would be best as far as that goes.
Yeah, Chair Kirkman, Trustee Jennings, you hit the nail on the head. I mean, that's the issue. That's how you raise achievement, is you reduce variance. And what you just described was variance. How you teach, what you teach, how long you teach. And what you want to do is reduce that as much as you possibly can. I think it's hard. Right now, what we have is 2 curriculums. We primarily use one, but what we see is variance. I think it's because we kind of have 2. And it will help us to get to one. It'll also help us, we have a clear kind of scope and sequence, and we're able to communicate that to know here's when we're going to teach, here's what we're going to teach, here's how we're going to monitor it. Now you still got to allow the teacher to pull the magic, because you can set the game plan, but that doesn't mean you're going to teach everything exactly, because also you got kid needs, and some classes are going to be stronger in certain concepts. Some other kids are going to be weaker in certain concepts. So the teacher's going to be able to have to do that and then apply some of the ways that you teach mathematics as well. So there's still the art of that teaching needs to be done. What we need to do as a district is kind of build that structure that say, no, this is the concepts are going to be taught. This is how long they're going to be taught. I'm going to try to ensure that there's less variance so that we have less, student achievement scores that vary.
And to piggyback, just a quick second, to piggyback on that question, is Reveal Math the vehicle to reduce some of those inconsistencies? Is that the best vehicle to reduce some of those inconsistencies?
Chair Kirkman, trustees, it's a good question. I would have to turn to these guys. I think you could probably do that with any curriculum. Really, you could say that these are the main concepts. I think what we want to find out is a curriculum that builds off of the knowledge that our teachers have had used, meaning mathematically, do I understand how to teach some of the concepts? Historically, math has been a do as I do. So I model it. I mean, here's the classic math example. I show it on the board, you get a chance to do it, and then you go home and you practice the odds. What we've moved to is trying to help kids understand some of the concepts, because when you get to higher order math, like me as a student, and you don't remember the steps or you screw up the steps, you don't really understand conceptually what you're doing. So we've tried to build that conceptual part. So I guess I'd have to ask Camille, to Trustee Kirkman, maybe he might be asking conceptually, if we've been working on that, does one curriculum or the other help continue that process?
I like what you said there. I think that they both have ways that our teachers can access what they've learned with teaching conceptually. I think that when you describe the I do, we do, you do, that the research for that is with ELA. It's not with math. And Reveal has that pathway where you can do the I do, we do, you do, but it also has the opposite, like you do, we do, I do. So the teacher brings it back and brings it all together at the end. So they have those two different pathways in Reveal, whereas in Illustrative, it's going to be that same the math way, the you do, yeah. So it's going to
That actually makes a lot of sense. I appreciate that. Trustee Benz.
And so that leads to the question I was going to ask. So is that flexibility, the reversal, the I do, we do, you do, that's similar to the ELA, model. Is that the deciding difference between the committee who took a deep dive on things versus the public who may not be as familiar with that?
The committee really noticed about the assessment types, that they appreciated the assessment types in Reveal. They on Illustrative, they appreciated the online tools and the easyability of being able to navigate through and find the thing that you needed and that kind of thing.
We're getting into some weeds, aren't we?
There's a lot. I mean, your packet's very large.
Yeah.
So I know.
Trustee Burns.
Is it piloted at all, or will it be piloted before rolling out?
We were not allowed to pilot.
It's an all or nothing thing.
Super.
We did have some teachers that taught some lessons out of all of the. So we did have some teachers that were able to teach some lessons, but like a pilot would be a longer. And our advice from legal was that we weren't allowed to pilot, and so they tried it and dug into it.
Okay, thank you.
And I'll say with either curriculum, I think one of our deficits right now, like Dr. Russell spoke to, was that we're kind of living in both worlds and there's not a lot of clarity. And so I think either one of those provides this opportunity, along with building our scope and sequence, to give teachers some clarity.
But doesn't Reveal kind of leave us in the living both worlds, depending on what the teacher teaches?
Possibly. Depends on the guidance that we give them, and it's up to principals to monitor.
Did we elect to change math curriculums because our last one has run its course?
Yes.
Okay. For both. We're using two, is what I'm understanding.
So investigations is our adopted curriculum in DMTI. We partner with them to provide professional development, but they provide some resources also. So we supplement with that one. But we are, using it to varying degrees.
What's the difference in the cost? Dr. Russell, do you have any idea? And I appreciate that one of the things that you guys considered, the committee considered, was the supplemental materials, because a lot of times those supplementals could be extra, an extra cost. And so looking at that they were wrapped up into the curriculum, I think that's good. So I don't know if you have any idea what that.
Chair Kirkman, trustees, no, it's a really good question. So our current math curriculum that we adopted, that was 7 years ago?
8 years ago.
8 years ago. Probably
He's not
over
very
$1
good
million
with
something. I don't know the number off the top of my head. It was probably over $1 million, I'm assuming, on that adoption.
Mm-hmm.
And then DMTI is a contract that we have done. Well, we've worked with DMTI for quite some time as well. So that's at least been 6-7 years, if not more, working with them. That, off the top of your head, do you remember the contract for DMTI every year, what that is?
Not off
Varied
the top
between
of my
a couple
head.
$100,000, and I think we've cut it down every year.
Yeah, we've cut it back every year.
As our curriculum budget has been getting tighter and tighter
Mhm.
around it. So to answer your question, Trustee Kirkman, we've spent a good amount of money on both. And quite honestly, probably close to about the same amount when you look at the amount of years we spent with DMTI and re-upping that professional development and with our current curriculum.
That gives me an idea. Trustee Benz?
Sorry, weeds
Jumping
again.
in her seat. She's
Yeah, weeds again. I want to go back to that assessment piece because that's really, really important. I mean, Dr. Russell already mentioned the alignment with the state assessment, and you know, we don't want to teach to the test, but the format should not be unfamiliar to the students once they go to do that standardized test. And so I'm assuming that was part of what was being looked at. I see that the reveal scored really high, 1.9. And well, for most things, the progress monitoring, the benchmarks weren't quite at 1.9, but 1.8 something, which is pretty good. Are these digital tests that are adaptive, similar to what the students will experience on, say, the ISAT or something like that? Or are we going to be supplementing with STAR testing? How are we, when you were looking at these assessments, were we looking at these as these are usable, we don't need the other types of benchmarking that we do? How was that part of the discussion?
It was part of the discussion.
Okay.
Do you want to speak to that? Both had diagnostics within them, and I think it's something that we're missing right now in terms
Okay.
of assessment, and so that was very attractive.
Okay. And these are fully digital, or these are printable and digital, or?
They're both, right? Both for both.
Okay. And the format is that similar to what the students are currently experiencing on the ISAT and the STAR test? I know the STAR test is not exactly the same as the ISAT, but.
That detail, I'm not sure on the assessment type.
Or the
questions.
iReady is the reading, sorry.
We just do the ISAT.
Okay.
Pardon? We use ISAT block tests to
Okay.
practice.
Okay.
And then we all have access.
Can you get that on the mic? Can you hear them?
Sure, Kirkman, trustees, maybe Camille, if I could ask you just a question real quick. I think what Trustee Ms. Benz is asking, the assessment pieces that are in Reveal, are they matching the rigor that is being asked on the ISAT, or is one curriculum closer to that, I think?
I'd say that I saw things when looking over the shoulder of all the curriculum committee, I saw the rigor on both.
Okay.
I noticed a lot of the comments that the committee wrote where they were speaking about specific problem types that they noticed in Reveal were on some of the assessments, and they liked that.
Okay, nice. Thank you.
Yes, we're more for the facilitators. That's why I'm like, I can't remember exactly what that looked like in there because we didn't dig into the same level as the committee. We don't have a voice or vote.
Thanks.
Any
It was
other
just
questions?
more of a curiosity.
Yeah.
so thank you.
Yeah, and I can't remember off the top of my head. I just remember the platform being attractive to them, and parents
Okay.
liked that they could see their students' results by logging into their student platform. So that's what stuck out to me.
And then another question, integration with our current technology and platforms. So having a parent piece is wonderful, but only if parents can actually access it easily without having to go through too many additional steps to do that. Will it integrate easily? I know that's a relative term, but.
So
with
this
what
I
we have.
remember from the Reveal presentation was that you could log in through your student's account and look at what their results were and what they're, how they're doing their progress on there.
Okay.
Illustrative, I'm not remembering off the top of my head. One of our publishers is here, actually.
I'm looking at there's scores for family and community for illustrative, and it was a 1.94, so they all gave it a 2, with the exception of one person gave it a 1. I know they have all the videos and all of that, but yeah.
Okay.
Trustee Jennings?
Yeah, so obviously this material is continually turning over. How long could we feasibly keep any of these four on board?
For 8 years. We'll enter
8
into a
years,
contract for
every
8 years.
I
Mhm.
may have said that earlier. and I
Well,
missed
math doesn't change, so I don't know.
it. Well, apparently it does. And all four of them keep us in budget.
Yes, they're all within budget. We're still negotiating that, but right now they're all within budget.
Yeah, Chair Kirkman, Trustee James, it's a really good question because what we're seeing a lot of curriculums is they're purposely designing them so that they don't update after a certain amount of time, and then you are forced to do another adoption. That's kind of how curriculums are geared right now. So I think that's a good question. If we do adopt it within budget, how long would we have it for?
I'll also share that when we're negotiating, one of the topics that's come up, and I reached out to the curriculum director from West Data about this. In the past, when you would enter into a contract, you would enter in first as many students as you have now, and you would pay for that for 8 years. And so with our enrollment decreasing, that's one of the things that we're negotiating. And one of them has said, like, if your numbers go up, then, we reserve the right to bill you more. And so I feel like on the flip side, we should reserve the right to ask for a decrease. And so they've all been amenable to that we would be able to do that. Because right now we're sitting on tons and tons of workbooks of investigations that we're not using.
Sure.
That's very astute.
Yes.
Thank you. Trustees, any other questions?
I guess what is,
And Trustee Benz, if you don't mind, I'm just gonna mention this just because I like the, transparency. But Trustee Benz is using her phone because her laptop does not work, and so she's accessing the
The same
agenda and
materials,
everything
yeah.
on her phone. She's not up here
no.
texting her. Okay.
Yeah.
I just wanted everyone to know.
Thank you. Yeah, no, my computer's not cooperating. Making do. And so, I guess so with the committee's recommendation, is our next step to make a motion to adopt one of these tonight? That's okay.
And I think they're listed in order, correct?
Yes.
So there's 4 curriculum. You only need one, right? You don't need.
Just one.
Yeah. Okay. I'm ready to make a motion.
Oh, go ahead.
Okay. I move that we adopt the math curriculum as proposed, the number one choice from the committee, the recommending committee, to adopt McGraw-Hill Reveal Math for our next 8-year curriculum cycle.
For K5?
K5, yes.
Okay.
I second that.
All right. It's been motioned and it's been seconded to adopt the Reveal Math as the K5 math curriculum. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed?
Aye.
That motion passes. Is Brooke still with us?
Trustee Taylor?
Okay, then. All right. Thank you very much for all of your hard work, especially in this area of this 4-letter word area of math.
I just want to add, the reason I felt the need to vote against it is because of the multiple avenues that I feel is not aligning with one way of teaching these kids to get them on the same track.
Yep, I hear what you're saying. I think we'd find that with most all of them now. Anyways, that motion is passed, so we're gonna move on to
ELA.
ELA.
This is secondary ELA. And I'll give Tyler a second to pull that PowerPoint up. Okay, so next slide, please, Tyler. So this committee started out with 30 members. There was an NSD board appointee, 2 administrators, a coach, parent community members, and 11 teachers represented. Next slide. We followed the same process like I described with math. We sent a survey out to parents, teachers, community members to ask for texts they would like to be vetted, novels. I mean, we had 150 titles returned. Next slide. So when it came to screening texts for ELA, we had a couple considerations, such as NSD, student needs, a balance of classic and more recent texts, Lexile level, which is reading level, for example.
Did you expect to get that many Text, 150.
No. Or as many math curriculums as we got, honestly, it was a lot, yeah. But I'm glad that our community's engaged in wanting to
Yeah.
give some input. So next slide. So the rubric that this committee used, they created it, and they looked at qualitative measures such as structure, background knowledge, reader and task considerations. Does this text challenge students? Does this text match the interests of students? I'll say that one was pretty important to this committee, is that engagement, like what you're talking about with robotics, that we pick texts that engage our students and encourage them to read. And then quantitative measure, again, the reading level. So next slide. So each grade level team read 6 to 9 novels each and scored each one based on the rubric. Then each group selected 4 texts for recommendation, and they read and they took some off their list, added some to their list, and here's where their 4 finalists landed. Do you have any questions about any of those novels? Do you want to go back?
Not specifically, but I'll hold my question until you get through.
Okay. So our next slide is our high school texts. They followed the same process. During this process, all of the 9 through 12 schools applied for Gradient, and the ELA curriculum that's within Gradient is Odell. And so we wanted to bring these titles forth to honor the work that our committee did, because they did do a lot of reading. However, we're not seeking approval for these because it just wouldn't make sense budget-wise, or to put the time into building units or to buy these books. And so because Odell has novels associated with that curriculum.
Oh, okay.
So these aren't actually being recommended.
Do we have that list?
Yes. That's coming up in just a second. So here's the open house feedback from our novels. We had a high student participation. That's the breakdown. And our rating scale that we used here was outstanding, adequate, unsatisfactory. Each text rating was outstanding or adequate, exceeded its rating of unsatisfactory. So for all the novels that we put out.
I'm sorry, was that, back one slide, Tyler, real quick? Was that for all grade levels?
Yes, it was for all grade levels, because at that time we didn't know that about the Odell piece.
The Odell thing.
Mm-hmm. But we did put Odell on because we were looking at that one. So Odell, it's part of the Gradient program. They have different, they call them externally validated curriculums that fit within the Gradient program and that are accessed through Canvas. And so Odell's the ELA. The group that vetted Odell used a rubric for a comprehensive program that they adapted from the Idaho Department of Education, and they looked at multiple categories such as reading comprehension, research, writing, quality materials, etc. And so these are the novels that are within the Odell curriculum. And when you look at a comprehensive curriculum, you're looking at all of the texts that are within that. And so Beloved is crossed out because that's a text that the committee doesn't recommend that we utilize in the district.
So any decision tonight would include or if it went otherwise, not include this, right?
Yes.
So are these the only novels that are with Odell?
Yes.
Or, okay.
And there's multiple other texts that I'm sorry we sent you so much, but yes, we sent you all of the titles of other things they'd be reading, excerpts, and yeah.
But it would be more supplemental to.
It's all part of the curriculum. So
Okay.
there's different units that are based around the novels or that are thematic units that don't center around a novel.
So Chair Kirkman, trustees, just to clarify that these are the novels that are within the curriculum, and then there are going to be some assignments, some units that will use a article from another source, and we did include those in the packet. I don't know if we need to bring those up, but I'm happy to bring those up and share. But that's all under Odell.
That makes sense. So this is required reading with maybe some other passages from other books.
Yeah, it's very resource rich. Yes.
Cool.
I want to know why they struck Beloved. I just want to know.
I think it's because there's a rape scene in there. So this is just a recommendation. The board can certainly overrule the committee's recommendation.
Yeah. Okay. Okay.
And a lot of them are already being taught in the district too, by the way. So this is the open house feedback, breakdown by parents, students, teachers on Odell.
So 55% of the parents' feedback was this was outstanding curriculum. 29%. There, again, there's that disparity that's always interesting to me, and I understand a little bit of it. And then students, even adding the students to that, 12% are outstanding. It's just fascinating to me, the data.
I can tell you why. If you go back and you look at the name,
Sure.
the titles for the Odell, I can tell you why. So.
Our plan is to purchase 2 novels per grade level because it's so resource rich. There's a lot. They get a unit reader that has a lot of text in it and online resources too. Okay. Are there any questions?
Oh, was that it?
That's it for you, lady.
Trustees, any questions?
Can we bring Beloved back? I feel, so I taught speak at Canyon Springs for a few years. That entire book is about a young lady who was raped in between her 8th grade and 9th grade years. And it is a powerful experience. The students, you have wonderful conversations with the students because you do not know what these students have experienced in their real lives. And it gives them permission to heal. For those who may not even have had that extreme of an experience, it leads to great conversations. It leads to conversations about what body autonomy looks like. What does it mean to respect another person's boundaries? And so at 11th grade, we're almost sending these kids out into the world. They need to have those conversations to be prepared.
Trustee Benz, don't you think there's other books and resources that could teach the same principles and the same concepts and the same thing?
Have you read Beloved?
No, but I'm wondering, is that the only book that could teach what you're saying?
Well, there are none on there. I mean, unless you're looking at Antigone, but that's totally different ball of wax.
Or even outside of that list that students might have access.
But there's nothing else on that list that quite does what Beloved does, and it has the kinds of conversations, because it's not just about the rape scene. It's about social context. It's about what does society look like? What does society value? Who as a human being, what parts of a human being do you value? What aspects of a human being makes them a human being? And there's not anything quite on that list that does that.
When you were getting feedback from teachers and parents and when Beloved was crossed out, did they provide any explanation as to why maybe or did you keep notes or?
They just
anything
felt
like
like maybe that one wasn't appropriate for
Okay.
students was their rationale. And the ones that they weren't familiar with, they went through and read, through the same lens and also through the engagement lens too. Like this one that we want to recommend is it engaging or not. So sorry, I'm not speaking.
Trustees, I would probably recommend that the Beloved book, the novel you're discussing, that is the 9 through 12 ELA.
Right.
And as
It's the 11th grade ELA.
Mrs. Gomez, I'm sorry, I can't remember the name. Gomez, yes. She had 2 separate recommendations. I would recommend doing the first recommendation 6 through 8, and then if you guys want to have a more detailed discussion on the next one, that way you guys can stay focused and also it'll be clear.
I don't think that we're not focused on this.
Oh, no, I'm
I
not
think
talking
they're relevant.
approval.
I understand that, and I think they're relevant conversations, but I also think when we're looking at the recommendations from the committee and seeing the numbers from parents and students, and I think we ask very relevant questions too. And I'm not discounting the question that you have about that specific book, Beloved, which also brings up the question I had is that can't be the only book that teaches those social constructs and all that other kind of stuff too. So
Can you bring back up that the 9th through 12th grade novel list?
You know that list?
Yeah. So on this list, the only thing that may touch upon it closely, I mean, you're not going to dig into that type of thing with Romeo and Juliet. You just don't have the time. Talk about the complexities, the fact that Paris is whatever, how many years older than that. Odyssey, it's from the opposite perspective. I mean, it's Odysseus who's held by Calypso, and he doesn't seem to mind that much. Animal Farm, it's not part of that theme. Hamilton, no, things fall, I don't know. Antigone, depending on, I mean, are you reading excerpts, you're reading the whole thing, and you need to really understand an Oedipus before you do Antigone if you're gonna be hitting anything close to Beloved. And Oedipus isn't on there. I just don't see how the themes that are addressed in Beloved are addressed by anything else. The Warmth of Other Suns has some of the social constructs in there, but it doesn't dig into any of the other.
Trustee Benz, doesn't this, and Ms. Gomez, does this provide an opportunity for teachers and instructors to add additional, like excerpts from another, I mean, like maybe they could use an excerpt from another book that teaches that thing that Beloved may have.
But we have to because of the way that the state law is. Any supplemental materials have to come through us too.
So Chair Kirkman, Trustee Benz, I mentioned that they're gonna get teachers are gonna get input on which novels we pick. We're only buying 2 of the 4 anyways, because it's such a comprehensive curriculum. Would you like to look at the text list that falls under 11th grade to see some of the other titles? Because there's a lot.
So we're only gonna get 2 from each grade level,
yes,
not all 4.
Correct. And so teachers will get some input on which novels we buy, because there's also units that aren't centered on novels, that are thematic units that have just a lot of text, a lot of excerpts from lots of titles.
Right.
So it's all a part of the package.
Okay.
And Tyler has that. So if you'd like to look at the 11th grade list, so you can see some of the other titles. It's so much that when you start working with Gradient, they help coach you in how do you help your teachers write units and focus a little bit. And so that's some of the work that Tammy, our ELA specialist, will do with teachers, is to decide which novels they would like to look at. I know for the other group that was looking at high school novels had The Warmth of Other Suns on their list and took it off because they felt like it was too long and too much. And so they'll spend some time looking at which ones do we want to.
Okay.
teach.
Well, then I guess it's fine if this is a pick, if after we decide to adopt Odell, then teachers get to have the input. But I think I still go back to, if we're going to let teachers have input, we should let them have input on the entire thing. We shouldn't hobble that or limit that before they even get to it. But that's just.
But there was also a lot of parents on this committee too that provided some input. So
I agree.
Is Beloved in our current curriculum?
No.
But that goes to the question what you were explaining. It broadens the opportunity to teach those themes that might be taught in Beloved without using Beloved. It has to be. There can't be just one book that teaches those themes that you're talking about.
But really, if you're going to nix Beloved because you're worried about the themes in Beloved, or you're going to let teachers teach other things.
It's not the themes. I think it's the specific rape thing was what the concern was. That's what I heard. That's what I heard was brought up. And if that's the specific issue that is concerning, not the themes, but that specific instance, is there other opportunities to teach those themes in other books and other resources and other ways? And it sounds like there is with Gradient, with Odell, a lot of opportunity to get to those things.
Possibly, yeah. So we included the list of, I don't know off the top of my head what all the titles are, but there's a lot.
Do we have any Zora Neale Hurston that deals with difficult themes? Any Zora Neale Hurston, like Sweat or anything like that in there that might deal with also themes along these lines? What?
Not off the top of my
Okay.
head. And I would also say, interestingly enough, none of the open house feedback called out anything about
Right. And to be fair, we had, multiple grade levels that we were looking at plus Odell. So the committee had, we tried, and this is a group that we lost people off of. So we had one parent. So it wasn't multiple parents. It was one parent that finished that process with us. And then we had administrators.
Started with a lot and ended with one.
Yes.
And so we had one parent who objected to Beloved. And so
Not
nobody gets to read
group, the small group as a whole. There was administrators and not just one.
Okay.
But again, they're just making a recommendation. So it's.
Yeah. Any other questions, trustees, with this? Dr. Russell, did you have any comment? I don't know if I've cut you off about 30 times.
No, Chair Kirkman, I appreciate that. And I understand Trustee Benz. As a superintendent, I would just go back to when I first came in as superintendent, we were dealing with a lot of books. It was a big concern in our community, our community. And we had packed boardrooms over those, and I remember that. So I think it's an important decision. Obviously, we will support the board in any direction that they go with that. I would rather us adopt a curriculum that we think is going to fit our community. And I understand we have a broad community. I get that whole argument. I really do.
Yeah.
But I don't know if I want a district to go back to where there's just that constant questioning about what is being taught and how it's being taught or what's being used. So that's only my concern around it. And novels are one for sure that definitely tend to divide more than they do bring together in our current climate. So I think it's just something to consider.
So in the motion, there are two separated, those two, 6 and 8 and 9 through 12 are separated out. So I'll entertain two motions, one for each. So if there are no other questions, comments.
Okay. I move that we adopt the 6th through 8th curriculum as proposed by the committee,
ELA.
the ELA committee, the 6 through 8 ELA curriculum for the novel selection as proposed by the selection committee.
Okay, it's been,
Second.
all right, it's been motioned and seconded. So any discussion on that motion? I apologize for the last time. Any discussion? All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. Aye.
Hey,
We
out of
forgot
nowhere.
about Trustee Taylor.
Was that an aye for opposed or
It
aye?
was an aye for opposed. Was that aye for opposed or aye for approve? Okay, so it's unanimous then.
Okay,
All right.
and then
She's just a little late.
I move that we adopt the 9th through 12th Odell curriculum in its original form with all novel suggestions in the original format of the Odell recommendation
What's the original format?
with Beloved in it.
Okay, it's been motion. I have a second. Okay, there's no second. That motion dies. I'll ask for another motion.
I'll move that we approve Odell High School literacy program as the adopted 9 through 12 ELA curriculum for the Nampa School District as presented this evening.
Okay, I'll second that. Any discussion? Trustee Benz?
I think it's always a mistake to put blinders on kids. I think it's always a mistake to limit opportunities for knowledge and learning and opportunities for having challenging conversations that are going to prepare our kids for the real world. And let me tell you, those conversations about bodily autonomy are good for the guys and the girls. I mean, it is a powerful thing when 9th graders, 11th graders in this context learn about no means no, consent. It's powerful. It changes lives and trajectories. And I think we're missing an opportunity by knee-jerking away from difficult things.
Trustee Benz, I'm not disagreeing with you. However, I just think that there are so many other opportunities to teach those concepts. It's not just this one book. That comes from parents. It comes from teachers in different ways of teaching those concepts and those things. It's not just this specific book. Is not the only one that teaches that. So I get what you're saying. I'm not disagreeing with it. I just think that there's so many other resources to teach these very important themes and concepts to students. Any further discussion? All right, all in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
All right, we got you. We got your vote. Did you get her vote? All right.
Thank you.
Ms. Gomez, thank you so much. And thank you to the committee and everybody who, I mean, this was a monumental lift. So in 8 years, you'll be like, yeah, I remember how it went. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, Dr. Russell, property, letter D there. property guidance and information.
Chair Cookman, trustees, going to have Mr. Stoffer come up and share some information around our properties. As we've discussed in previous board meetings, the board has some properties and would like to get a little more clarity and guidance today on moving forward with what to do with those.
Okay. Mr. Courtney, or Mr. Stoffer, I was going to say doctor, then director, Mr. Stoffer.
Trustee Kirkman, thank you. Mostly just don't call me late for dinner. First off, thank you for the attention and the time that you put into working through the curriculum. I know that takes a lot of energy. I know this topic also is one that we have been on for a while, and there's a lot of thought and processes that will go into utilizing our assets in the most appropriate way for the district. As you know, for the past few months, and even back to last year, and even probably 2 years ago when we started talking about the facility maintenance plan and some of the options that could be available for the district in utilizing some of their assets to garner different assets for the district in the future. So today we, as Dr. Russell mentioned, we're trying to gain some direction. We'd like to ask the board for some direction on what to do with some of our assets. As a reminder, some of the things that we have covered in the past, we've covered some of the options as a board that you do have. One, you do have the option to raise and sell property. You have the option to sell the properties as is for a one-time benefit. You have the opportunity to do land swap, and this is one that is favored by the district because it does have the potential for providing an asset that we currently have for a more needed asset that the district may have as well. We've also talked and reviewed some leases in the past where we have not necessarily found any that have been in the favor of the district at this point in time. And then ultimately you have the ability to take no action. We just keep things as is and we can reconvene and visit these items again. But today we are coming with a request to potentially consider a land swap option to garner, to utilize our current assets to garner some assets that the district does have stand in need of. One in particular asset that the district is in need of is, as you know, we're currently leasing a bus barn, so it's ongoing cost. Now that we have the land potential and these land assets that we have, we would be curious in of the board's desire to potentially look at an asset that we currently have and maybe swapping it for an asset that we do have a need of currently. So that is a high priority for the district at this point, or the district administration, to kind of fill that void. Not that we have a void because we do have a lease agreement, but it's an ongoing cost, and we have some opportunities to potentially get out of a lease and maybe have our own property for a potential land swap. There are other options that we could potentially swap, do a land swap for more favorable land that might be better zoned in the future for city growth. And so those are other things that we have brought forward to the board. But most importantly, the part that we need is for the board to consider the option for us to prepare an RFP or a request for purchase, or in this case, a land swap, with our attorneys to provide something and build in the information or build an RFP process for the board to consider. So there's no action we're actually asking for tonight as far as we have to do something now, but we would like to start that process of getting and moving forward to a possibility of proposing and putting out to a bid for options for the board to consider with our priorities in line. With that, I want to ask if there's any questions of the board of how they would like to, if they have any questions of what I presented, any thoughts that they may have, and then we have a couple options that I can present, and Tyler's going to help us with a couple of those. There's about 5 different options that I could present to the board, but before I did that, I wanted to make sure there was an opportunity for questions.
Any questions, trustees?
Not for me.
Trustee Jennings, looks like you got a question.
Not yet.
Okay, then.
He's plotting his questions
All
down.
right, Trustee Benz.
I actually do have a question. And we've gone through several RFPs recently. So theory is people are familiar with the process, but just for the sake of the people who might be watching, could you give us a quick cliff notes of RFP process?
Sure. This one is a little bit different because of the land component with it. So what we would be doing is we'd be working with our legal team to build an RFP, which would basically say, hey, we have this parcel of land. We're looking for something that the district needs, and we would identify that. We would put that out to the community for anybody to put in their offer or their best offer that met the criterion. We would then bring that offer back, if approved by the board. We'd bring that back to the board for the board to consider if those options were in the best interest of the district, if we were getting the best value out there. The board then has the choice to accept the best offer or reject all offers and basically just say, nope, we're not interested in doing that. So you do have a lot of options still at the board level. A lot of times in the other RFPs, we have something that we really need and we have to do something with it. And so typically when we do the RFP process, there's more of a time crunch. We don't necessarily have the time crunch other than, again, as I mentioned, I would love to give options to the district for us to be able to get on ongoing costs and utilize assets so that we did not have to use those costs in that capacity.
But the land's not going anywhere.
The land's not
so
going anywhere.
As far as time.
As far as time, that's why we have more flexibility, if you may, with the fact that we own the land.
Right.
We can make the decisions for that land. So the RFP process is a little bit different in this capacity because of those variables. But it's still the same process. It is posted publicly. There's an opportunity for people to ask questions. There's an opportunity for people to do some site evals like we do with other components. And then at that same point in time, then they can submit their best offer. We review those best offers based off of the board approved resolution or rubric. And then we would present to the board again what those offerings that we collected through that process.
Thank you.
So good, Trustee Jennings?
I'm still here.
All right, then.
Okay.
Go ahead.
So this is where it gets a little bit complex. There's a lot of different options for the board to consider. Again, looking at the priorities that we have presented from the administrative side is accruing land that would help fill a need of removing a lease and having our own bus facilities with the appropriate buildings that would be on that land is a high priority for the district, from the district administration, to put it that way. So one of the options, or several options we could have, is we have 2 parcels of land that we currently have decommissioned, and the board has asked me to look into some options for it. Those 2 properties are the former Union property that is on the south part of town, and the Gateways property, which is off of Canyon Street, more in the center-ish part of town. By the way, Gateways is moving. I'll have some updates on that a little bit later. So those 2 properties are now vacant and have potential for the district to utilize them as they best see fit. Utilizing those 2 as the brokering piece for the RFP is we have these parcels of land. Now what can we get in exchange for these parcels of land? So there's 3 ways you could do this component for a potential bus facility plan or a parcel. You could combine both of those properties together, saying here's these 2 properties and the value of these is X, and we have appraisals for those. And that would give a foundation of what we could do in exchange for another property. You could separate them and say, nope, we want to use the old Gateways and we want to use it as the piece, or you could use the Union property and say, here is the parcel that we want to use in this process. Again, the board has the option to consider all 3 of those. I do think our best option, considering the values of the land, would be to look at both of the lands together in exchanging them for a site that would meet the district needs for a busing facility.
Trustee Benz.
How flexible would the RFP process be? Mm-hmm. So, for example, could we say, make an offer on one, the other, or both? Or is it we either have to do one separate from the other or both of them together? Does that make sense?
Yeah, Trustee Kirkman and Chair Kirkman, Trustee Benz, that is a great question. The answer is you can't do one that is so varied. You have to build parameters and then have those come in. And that's from our legal team. And they probably have a better response, other than when I asked that question in a very similar manner, their response is no, you need to identify and be very straightforward with this is what you have and this is what you're looking for. The variations will complicate any of the metrics that you try to put together. And there's some components legally that you do have to look at the land values. As far as the two parcels of land, you have to get within a proximal level of what those land values are. So in this case, we couldn't take our properties and trade it for something of, for $2. That would not be an acceptable land swap through an RFP process. And that would mitigate that potential problem through that process. So the short answer is we would need to choose and then build and again, the board will have a lot of participation in this. We're just asking for the authorization to start the process. We would be bringing back the RFP to present to the board for feedback, and also with legal, so that we're making sure it fits all the right boxes legally before we publish it. And then even at that point in time, we can get to be finished with the whole RFP and we're like, here it is. The board would still have the opportunity to say, nah, we don't want to do it anymore. You still have that control, because with the ask today, this is not one that locks the board into any concrete decision yet. That will be coming, and we are moving in a direction, but it does not require the board to go through the whole process because we started it. You could stop the process if it was no longer deemed necessary.
Plus, we could always bring a decision back.
Right, which I
Well,
think is
after the
important for
RFP
people to
process, and if
know.
you select one, we can't go get
No,
properties
we
that we've
can't.
already
Not
switched
at that
back. So
point. No,
not at that point.
Not at the RFP point, but I do think it's important for people
Yep.
to know.
Chair Kirkman.
Yeah.
Mr. Stoffer, so the district owns land that isn't currently has a school on it, right?
Correct.
We have some properties. Do we have a property suitable for this need already?
Great question. So part of the needs that you have is really what the land use indication is, and having structures on it. So that's kind of the things that we're looking for. Is there an opportunity to procure a site that has these facilities already built on it, so there's no additional cost for the district to build that? One of the challenges that we do have is none of our properties are in industrial areas. And that's one of the issues that we had early on in acquiring the current property that we had, is we did start down that process to look at some of our properties to be able to make it a bus barn. And because it did not have a functioning school or students on site, the land use is very important.
And it was in the middle of a residential.
In the middle of residentials many times, or if they're in the agricultural too, you have that component as well. If it's earmarked agricultural, you can't walk in and just put a bus barn on it. So there's a lot of hoops that would have to be jumped through, and there's a lot of pitfalls that could happen through the city, because it becomes now a city matter as well as a district matter. So because of the
Essentially, we don't own any industrial land.
we do not own any industrial land.
Okay.
And so that's the reason why this is a priority for district administration. And again, utilizing the finances of the district in the most appropriate way, and our assets in the most appropriate way.
Okay. Any other questions, trustees?
No.
Okay, do you need a
We do
decision?
need an action item for the board to authorize the district. And so out of that, I guess my question is, I gave you three options. I can propose,
write them
we can
down.
put up those three options. Tyler
there
actually
we go.
has them for us. We'll put them up there. So we have three options to consider. Here's the first one. Authorize district administration to draft a resolution initiating a request for proposal, or an RFP, for a land swap involving the Fletcher building, which is the Union building. That's the actual street is Fletcher. And the Canyon building, that is the Gateways building, because it's actually physically on Canyon. The proposed exchange should secure a property of at least 5 acres suitable for a busing complex that includes bus and employee parking, office and operation space, and a maintenance shop. So that's the language for the two properties. We do have the language if the board would like to just identify one building. And
One
so
or the
basically the part that is changed is just the land swap involving X site.
Fletcher?
So this one's for Fletcher, and then here's the other one for the Canyon building.
What's the acreage at Fletcher?
Great question. It's just short of 10 acres.
And it's 2 point something or other. down
The
on
Fletcher
Canyon.
building is about $3.6 million is the appraisal. I'll actually show that here in our information. I'll bring it up. But yes, that was the
But
appraised
the
amount.
canyon, but the canyon
And the
site
canyon's
is like
just
2
short of
acres.
5. It's about
Oh, that big?
4.8 acres.
Oh, I didn't realize it was that big. I thought it was about 2. All right.
Gateways is that big?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I thought it was like 2 acres.
It's so
Big
encased, but it's got the playground that kind of wraps back around. There's a parking lot that's in the back as well. So
Okay.
it is deceiving because how close it sits to
Yeah.
the street on Canyon.
I guess
But it
that's
does have
true.
quite a bit in the back. Now, again, for an elementary school, that is incredibly small.
Yeah.
Currently, in any of the builds that we would suggest in the future, and we're not suggesting any, we don't have any needed buildings, but the average lot size for an elementary is about 10 acres. That's on average across the state and for a typical sized elementary building of a district our size. Now, again, please do not take that as if we're talking about building schools. We are not.
No, it's just good information.
Yeah.
So based on the property valuations, do we feel we can potentially get what we need out of them?
Trustee Kirkman and Vice Chair Jennings, there we go, I'll get it right. I do believe that when we start looking at the possibilities of what we're asking for, the value may exceed our one property by itself.
So it's going to take both of them, essentially.
It could, yes.
Or out of pocket.
To minimize the cost to the district, it would take both.
Do we have the funds to cover the difference if we went one on one?
Again, excellent question. Trustee Jennings, we do have what's considered the 521 money that we receive from the state. So we do have funding that this would be an appropriate expense for. It's actually identified as one of the allowable expenses. However, we want to be very careful with that money. Because it is really just one-time money for 10 years. And so when we access that, we do it knowingly that this is one-time money.
Well, I think the districts I'm sorry, Dr. Russell.
No, Chair Kirkman, trustees, I was just going to kind of elaborate a little bit on what Mr. Stauffer has mentioned into Trustee Jennings' question. If we went with one property, because of all the things that this RFP is asking around acreage and buildings and maintenance and office, and there's a lot of things you're looking for, one property probably wouldn't meet because of those other needs. And so you likely would have to use some of that money, the 521 money. The 521 money, as we've kind of mentioned a couple board meetings already, and we'll continue in the future though, is the longer we have that in the bank, the more interest it can generate. So we don't want to use that as much early on. We'd rather use that later in the 10-year cycle than early, if that makes sense.
Trustee Benz?
Yeah, a couple questions. First one, just in general terms, for those of us who are uninitiated in the ways of property prices, is there a general difference in the per acreage value of industrial land versus agricultural versus residential, which is what we have? We have residential, right?
All of the above.
But really quick, can I
Yeah.
Can I piggyback off that question as you answer this? But does it really matter? Because in a land swap, doesn't it have to be value for value? So if we're going to land swap for, let's just say, residential development, which I get we're not, for farm acreage, wouldn't we get hundreds of farm acres? Because it has to be, okay, I just wanted to make sure before you explain.
It's got to be
That's
something
why,
that we.
that's why I was asking, because
I know, and I just wanted to make sure if he did that he answered that in between, so it didn't send us down a rabbit hole.
Perfect.
So
Yeah,
all
because
of that, Mr. Stauffer.
I think I can handle it, maybe. Let's see. Chair Kirkman and Trustee Benz, the answer is yes. Designation of land value properties does distinguish their value. And yes, going back to the other component of that is when we build the RFP, we're looking at the values. So when you're looking at the value of an industrial area versus a residential or commercial, it's not going to necessarily be acre per acre. It's not going to be
Dollar for dollar.
tit for tat in that. It will be about dollars and cents. That is what we're looking for, is an equitable balance between the value of what we have versus what we're trying to acquire.
Right. So I guess where I was going with that is that if we have a piece of property currently that's approximately 5 acres, which is what we said we needed to acquire, but it's zoned residential, is that going to be equivalent to, greater than, less than the value of a 5-acre property that is zoned industrial? Does it make sense?
I believe so. Chair Kirkman and Trustee Benz, I think, there's a hand up.
Hold on.
I'm waiting.
Go ahead.
I just want him to know I have a question.
Okay.
I saw
I saw it too. I just didn't know if it was the
really
same
hard to
one.
be
All
here.
right. With that, I think the short answer is yes, there's a difference.
Thank you.
Apples to apples, yes, there's a difference
There's a
between
significant difference.
industrial land
Yes.
and residential
Yep.
land.
But
There
we
is a
have to
difference.
trade value to
But
value.
we're looking value for value. And again, that's the key piece to this RFP is we want to look as much as we can, value for value.
Okay, trustee, Brooke.
These questions probably come because I like to own rare things. But how many bus barns are in the state of Idaho?
Chair Kirkman and Trustee Taylor. I believe, I actually looked at this as far as schools at one point in time, and I'm going to be off a little bit, but I think of the 115 school districts that are the public school districts, I want to say there's somewhere around 80 that are owned by districts, 60 to 80. And I know that's a big difference, but I did look at it. It was the majority of the districts owned their own bus barn. Now, with that, you also have a lot of some of the private organizations or contracted companies. There's some of those that have their own bus barn as well. But they're their own and they're private. And then you also have the charter bus barns, if that's what you're looking
But
for
when
as
we're
well.
saying bus barns, obviously we would have to scale those. There's probably some that wouldn't need nearly as much room as what we would need in a bus barn. I'm just wondering if I would assume a bus barn would be valuable because there's such a monopoly in this area. So my assumption would be twofold, that it's actually a valuable asset down the road for acquisition because you would have a new bus barn. So the Brooke Taylor who likes to sell things says, this is kind of an intriguing one, right? Like a racetrack, but not like a racetrack, but you get what I'm saying, right?
Can
Like
we get on a racetrack though?
yeah, can we get on a racetrack? But like, so the bus barn would be my assumption that it could be more valuable down the road should we ever not need it. I guess my question to you is if we build a bus barn, are we saying, and this is for me to know, if we build a bus barn, then forever we will not only control our busing, but if we should decide not to, it would be something that would really be appeasing to somebody who wanted to even buy our bus barn and service the area, right? So it's twofold in a way, or no?
Chair Kirkman and Trustee
25
Taylor,
years later?
I would agree with that assessment.
Okay.
When you have industrial land, particularly in the area that we have where things are developing and
Yeah.
industrial land is highly sought after.
Yeah.
I think it's going to be
Very.
a very valuable asset, not only for our purposes, but as you mentioned, if our purposes and the board in the future decides to navigate to a different direction, it's still going to be a valuable asset.
Or it saves us money on the back end because we're
Correct.
no longer leasing. Okay,
Trucking companies or, I mean,
Yeah.
anybody.
anything
large
really.
equipment
Yeah, I
like
was
that
just
would
trying
be
to
able to-
decide. I mean, it has to be what you're building really down the road has to be actually more valuable sometimes than potato, potato,
Yeah,
because
and
it's
it
a
has
value
to
trade.
work.
Yeah,
Trustee
potato,
Benz?
potato.
Yeah, and then going back to the other side of the things. So we had talked about if we do one piece of property, we might need to offer some money that'll take away from our maintenance thing. If we wind up doing a land swap, 2 plots of land for a plot of land that is appropriate for this, we would need, if there is not an existing set of structures that would meet our needs, we would need those funds that you were referencing earlier to build said structures on that property, correct? So it would make, because of the difference in the value, more land or, more than 5 acres of school-owned land would need to be swapped for 5 acres of industrial land so that we can preserve the funds in case we need to build on that, correct? Okay, just trying to make sure I'm
Trustee Kirkman,
connecting
Trustee
all
Benz,
the-
that is
Okay.
exactly what
Yeah.
we're considering in this option. It
Okay.
would provide that flexibility.
And
Okay,
this is,
thank
we go back to, I don't know how many, since we came on the board really, and the administration being forward thinking and always thinking about how do we stay solvent? How do we not get into a situation where we're
Agreed. It's
where we're
such a
trying
skill
to
of this
find
team.
money?
Yeah,
And
I
though,
love it.
and though the public can't always see the details or doesn't necessarily want to see all the details, they don't want to know how the hot dog is made.
No.
I'm really good.
No, you don't.
I'm really impressed with how this district looks at all these different things. And this district is fortunate to have some of these properties available now to be able to utilize in this way. So we're not using this extra money that's come and we can preserve that down the road. So I love it. And personally, although I'm not going to make a motion, I like that first option where it takes those 2 properties which gives us enough value there to look for more options.
Okay.
If that makes sense.
Chair Kirkman or Trustee Kirkman, if I may, I'm going to quote Trustee Jennings on this. We don't want to be the third donkey getting in line in Noah's Ark.
Yeah.
Because he only needs two.
You're absolutely right.
I did it.
Well played.
We did
That
it.
was really
Well
good.
played. I do have a question about the RFP though. If we're just gonna use round figures, if we have a $6 million asset between the two and a $7 million perfect option shows up, do we have the ability to pay the additional cash or vice versa? If it comes in at 5, do they pay us difference?
Chair Kirkman and Trustee Jennings, the answer is based off the RFP, we can build those components in to be able to make those differences level out. But the biggest piece is making sure that they level out, whether that is they have to come with money or we have to come with money or components that will be part of the RFP process that you get to build.
But it's both done off of appraisal.
Yes. The appraisal is the key piece by Idaho code.
Okay.
All right. Any other questions?
No, but Tyler, could you put that motion that?
I was gonna say.
Yeah, that way I can.
I
just
can't
read it.
wing
I
that
appreciate
one.
that. And I just want to comment and say, I really agree with Trustee Kirkman's assessment of forward thinking. I think that this is forward thinking. And since it's a value to value, I don't think we're really losing anything either. So on that, I motion to authorize district administration to draft a resolution initiating a request for proposals, RFP, for a land swap involving the Fletcher Building and the Canyon Building. The proposed exchange should secure a property of at least 5 acres suitable for a busing complex that includes bus and employee parking, office and operation space, and a maintenance shop.
Can I ask just a quick question on that for clarification? Would this also, are we looking at suitable for a busing complex that includes bus? Would that also be like for fuel?
Correct.
That's all included?
Yeah, that would be, Chair Kirkman, that would be all completed in there. And that's again, the part that we would spell out more of those details in the RFP.
All right, very good, thanks. Okay, it's been, motion's been made. Any second?
Sorry.
That's my elementary school. I like this. Let's do it.
All right, so motion's been made, it's been seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right. Sorry, David.
I know.
Okay, thank you,
You should
Mr.
have seen me
Stoffer,
cry
appreciate
before
that.
class.
All right, we're gonna move on to second reading, policy 8140, contracting for transfer. I guess you're still up, man.
Chair Kirkman, trustees, Stoffer's going to read, just share some information around our second reading policy 8140.
Trustees, appreciate you letting me back again. This one I think is a little bit easier in nature. Last board meeting, we had proposed a couple of new policies or a revision of one policy and a new policy, 8140. Tyler, if you can move back, that's the wrong policy. That's 4406. I need the one before that. Yep, I need the one prior to that. 81. So this is in relationship to some of the recommendations that we received from the State Department of Education, Transportation Department. They asked for us to update and put these in policy. We did a first read last month, and we brought to the board for a second read. We did provide 2 options as far as an action item to go through the second read and approve, or also you have the option of sending it off for another read if you feel there's any need to make any adjustments to the policy as it's written.
Okay, thank you. Any questions?
Nope.
All right,
I move to approve the second and final reading of updated policy 8140.
I'll second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Thank you.
Thank you.
Dr. Russell, policy 4006, Preston Capel.
Chair Kirkman, trustees, last action item of the night has to do with policy 4006, which is the Preston Compel committee. And just to refresh your memory, we had discussed around Preston Compel last month. And in that discussion, there was some questions about the policy and the procedures and whether they actually matched what we're currently doing. And so you'll see in your packet tonight, there is a slight revision to the policy. The policy mostly outlines who Mr. Capel was, what his desire was with his with the district. And then you'll see there is a couple of redlined items. One has to do with a percentage of how, I don't know if Tyler can bring up the policy or not. Currently, it reads right now that there's 1/3 of the students are based on scholastic achievement and 2/3 are based on needs.
That's the wrong one there.
That is the wrong one, yes.
It's okay.
Okay.
It's the next one down.
I know Tyler will get it.
Sorry.
Talking with the folks that are, and Mr. Dewey can elaborate if you'd like, but talking with the folks that are actually doing that, we still look at student achievement and we still look at needs-based, and that includes our high school counselors and the folks on the committee, but doesn't necessarily have a 1/3, 2/3. So I think that was the only adjustment really there. The other part of the policy does discuss that the administration, in the very last line of the policy, it's on line 29 through 31. It says the Board of Trustees will direct the administration to provide reasonable rules and regulations to implement this policy. And I included those in your board packet of the adjusted rules and regulations that reflect our current practices that we're actually doing. Now, typically the board doesn't adopt procedure, but I thought it'd be important just for you to have that on there because this policy clearly references that there's rules and regulations. So tonight, what we're asking for the trustees to do is just to approve a first reading. If you'd like, you could approve the first reading of the rules and regulations, or happy to answer any questions you may have about those. And we could bring it back next month for a second if you'd like.
Okay. Any questions?
Essentially, we just kind of took some handcuffs off, right? So if we see a need elsewhere, we can use that money more so one side or the other.
Chair Kirkman, Trustee Jennings, yeah, it's a little less formal, the process. It's more of our high school, college, and career counselors sitting down with Mr. Dewey and sitting down with one trustee. In the past, they had to do it. Each trustee from each zone had to have one, and it was a little more complicated. And so what we've done is essentially, less than that, still have trustees involved in it, still have trustees overseeing the policy and the rules. And we're still able to get the kids the money that they need and move forward with that.
Cutting some red tape.
So if there's no questions, I'll make a motion. I was able to talk to Dr. Russell around this, and it seemed more like procedural issues than policy issues. So if everybody's good, I'll motion. Okay.
There's two here.
Yep. I move for the board to approve the first read of the revised policy 4006 Preston Capel.
I'll second.
Hey, motion and seconded. All in favor?
Aye. I also move that the board approve the revised procedures to reflect the current practices of selecting Preston Capel student loan recipient.
I'll second again.
Motion and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? All right, those passed. Thank you. Dr. Russell, before we jump into number 8 item on here, I'm gonna leave it up to you at your discretion about how in depth you'd like to go into these information items, considering where we are at in time, and also if there's any that you feel like we could move past and move maybe to another meeting. I'll just leave these information items and reports up to your discretion. But jump in.
Chair Kirkman, trustees, tonight we do have the privilege of hearing from Ms. Linker. Ms. Courtney Linker was a former employee of the district. She has been a teacher for quite some time, and she has worked on putting some information together that she shared with the State Department and around some of the needs our teachers are facing in the classroom. So Ms. Linker is going to share some information with us tonight.
And despite what I just said, that should no way affect the information that you're going to provide to us, all right?
Thank you.
I want to make sure you have the full amount of time you want to.
Chair Kirkman, before she starts, I have a 9 o'clock out, like a hard out due to family reasons. So if you go that long, which you can, and that is fine, I will be remote, but please do not. It
will
happens.
not go that long.
But it happens,
worry
but
about it.
please do not be offended if I have to get up and walk out during your presentation. I will be listening on the phone.
Thank you. All right. Well, good evening, trustees. Thank you for allowing me to speak with you tonight. My name is Courtney Linker. I am a parent and a former teacher. I am here tonight to share my story because it happens to be a story that is echoed by teachers all across the Treasure Valley. It is my intent to bring awareness to the challenges that currently exist in our classrooms so that we can actively take steps to make meaningful improvements. My purpose is to save classroom teachers from burnout. I'd like to begin by providing you with a little background on myself. I have resided within the Nampa School District since 2007, which is when I began my teaching career. I taught for the Nampa School District for 6.5 years, and my children have been students in this district for nearly 8 years. I come to you with 17 years of teaching experience at the secondary level, and I hold a master's degree in education from NNU. Teaching has always been my passion, and I constantly strove to reach the highest of standards. In 2022, I was awarded a CAP Ed grant. In 2023, I was recognized as one of the nation's 30 extraordinary educators. And last year, I was nominated for the 2025 Idaho Teacher of the Year. Unfortunately, factors related to the job have resulted in a complete shift in my desire and ability to continue my career as a teacher. A lot has changed in education over the last decade or so. And to be quite frank, if you haven't been in the classroom during this time, it would be hard for you to fully understand the challenges teachers face today. Because of those challenges, teachers are leaving, and enrollment in post-secondary education programs is declining. Take a look at this graphic from NNU. You can see the downward trend starting in 2018. If we take a closer look at the undergraduate education programs colored in red, we can see that enrollment is half of what it used to be just 7 years ago. Last year was my 17th year of teaching, and last year's experience as a classroom teacher broke me. And that's really the only way I know how to describe what I felt. I felt broken mentally and physically. Due to constant stress from multiple avenues, I started experiencing some pretty debilitating physical and mental side effects. My brain could no longer recall the most basic vocabulary words, and I was in a fog, unable to think or problem solve. I saw multiple doctors multiple times to try to find solutions because this had never happened to me before. They helped me find short-term relief, but as it turned out, the ultimate fix was to step away from teaching. I haven't had to see a doctor since last May, and my health has returned to normal. During my time off, I've done a lot of reflecting. I came to realize that out of the 12 new teachers I befriended in 2007 and 2008, only 3 out of the 13 of us are still in the classroom. That realization, accompanied by a few other conversations with educators, had me starting to believe that maybe my experience wasn't a rarity. And if others were experiencing what I had experienced, we're in trouble. So one morning last October, I woke up with an overwhelming feeling that I had to do something. At that moment, I compiled some questions that I wanted to know the answers to see if my experiences as a classroom teacher were part of the minority or part of the majority. I held my first interview 3 days later. My initial goal was to interview 20 teachers spread out over several districts to see first if my beliefs were accurate, and second, to see if they were widespread or centralized. So I drove from school to interview teachers. After interviewing those 20 teachers spanning 10 districts, it was evident that I needed to continue. Over a period of 2 months from mid-October to mid-December, I interviewed 73 teachers, 68 of which were face-to-face. In early January, I interviewed 10 more. These interviews spanned 17 districts and included 38 schools. As you can see, the research includes the following classifications. The data I will present to you reflects the whole study. When I broke the data down to look directly at the NSD teachers, I realized that their results were very similar to that of the whole. I think it's important for you to understand that this isn't just a local issue, it is a widespread issue. I know retention is a stated priority for the Nampa School District. I'm happy to hear that you value your teachers and you don't want to lose them. You have some incredible teachers, and I don't want you to lose them either. First, I want you to know that out of the 83 teachers that I interviewed, 99% are certified in the state of Idaho, 2/3 are women, and 1/3 are men. I interviewed teachers of all levels of experience, from first-year teachers to highly experienced teachers. And as you can see here, I interviewed teachers from all grade levels and multiple content areas. The numbers appear to be high from 6th through 12th grades because many secondary teachers teach multiple grade levels. For example, I previously taught 7th grade math, 8th grade advisory, and a combined 7th, 8th grade art class. In an effort to better understand the teachers I was interviewing, one of the first questions that I asked was, why did you become a teacher? 90% of teachers interviewed said they became a teacher for at least one of the following reasons. They wanted to work with kids, make a positive difference, build relationships, and be a part of a community. It was also important for me to understand how teachers were feeling about their career. The feelings they express may be indicators of their future path and whether or not they continue to teach. The following 4 questions were indicators for me last year. From my study, when I asked teachers if they felt stressed or anxious at work, 63% of teachers said yes. When I asked teachers if they felt overwhelmed at work, 58% said yes. Now, if you are happy with your job and you enjoy what you do, those feelings may not be problematic. But if you are not happy at work and you are stressed and overwhelmed, that's a recipe for disaster. Based on my study, only 48% of teachers describe themselves as being happy at work. And nearly half of all teachers interviewed believe their work life has a negative impact on their personal life. For many, including those in the both category, it's because they go home so exhausted that they don't have any energy left for their personal life, including their own family and friends. Several teachers shared that they are on medication for high blood pressure and antidepressants. One teacher said that she is too unhealthy to donate plasma during the school year, but she is healthy enough to donate during the summer months. And another teacher shared that her fingers are going numb and she's developing a shake in her hands, which her doctor says is a stress response. Next, I wanted to know what other teachers thought were the greatest challenges facing education. After listening to teachers respond, you can see that the top 3 categories encompass parent support, apathy, and student behaviors. As I thought about it, I realized that these 3 categories are intertwined and connected. When I looked more closely at the numbers, I also realized that out of the 83 respondents, at least one of these 3 categories was mentioned 90 times. I find this to be significant when considering the greatest challenges facing education today. In regard to parent support, one teacher told me that she wishes she could sit down with each family and explain that she is not the enemy. Several teachers have expressed how currently they feel villainized by the public. Educators have described situations of being verbally abused by parents. One teacher described how she was afraid to leave school or go to the grocery store because of a fear of running into a particular parent. For me personally, a few years ago, a parent submitted a letter to the school board wanting me fired because I dress coded their daughter. But a common theme I've heard here is that when a child isn't doing well in a class, parents are placing blame on the teacher for their child's lack of success rather than looking at their child to see what he or she could be doing better. In regard to apathy, I have heard from several teachers that from their perspective, too many parents and students no longer seem to care about education and that they don't value education. Now, if a parent doesn't seem to care about a child's education, then why would the child care? And if the child doesn't care and the parents don't care, then how can the teachers continue to care? It's a very steep uphill slope to climb every day, one that may leave teachers feeling defeated. Too many teachers expressed to me that they had to stop caring in order to survive. And when I say survive, I mean continue to go to work each day and do sadly the bare minimum. One teacher stated that if he cares too much, it eats him up inside. Student behaviors. Student behaviors have become constant and oftentimes intentional. And for most teachers, they state that consequences are so insignificant, they do not deter negative behaviors. One teacher said to me, the level of disrespect from students is becoming more and more brazen. Yes, I can send them to the office and admin does talk with them, but they return the next day just the same. She says, this is a societal issue, not just an education issue, and the fight is too big for me. Classroom teachers are experiencing a combination of challenging behaviors from minor, constant annoyances that are defiant, disrespectful, and disruptive to pretty severe and serious behaviors. Just a few minutes before an interview with a first grade teacher, one of her students tried to throw a desk. And I heard a story about a second grader who did throw a desk through a window. We have second grade students that are causing physical harm, sending teachers home with scratches and bruises. At one school, teachers pulled together in what they call trauma bonding because of the trauma that they experienced together. A few weeks ago, a parent informed me that their child's fourth grade teacher was stabbed in the hand with scissors by a student. Some classes have had to be evacuated, sometimes multiple times, due to the destructive and violent behavior of a student. Over the past few years, I have personally experienced the following. A student tagged my name tag by my door in Sharpie, writing something too vulgar and offensive to say out loud. I saw a student in another teacher's classroom during break take out a knife, stab it into an energy drink, and then shotgun the drink. While I was teaching a concept at the board one day, a student got up, walked over to another student, and punched him in the face. And one day, while I was walking down the hall towards a student, he stopped and did a Hail Hitler to me. This is not okay, and this is not how it used to be. I don't have to tell you that this is unacceptable, but if we don't do something to make a positive change, I don't know how we can expect teachers to stay in the classroom. And even worse, I don't know how we can expect our high school graduates to choose to pursue educational careers. High school students are being told not to become a teacher. This leads me to the next 2 questions in the interview. How many more years of service until you reach retirement age? As you can see, the majority of teachers that were interviewed have more than 10 years until they are able to retire with full benefits. And now the next question, do you think you will be able to make it to retirement age as an educator? 25% of teachers said yes. 14% of teachers said, I hope so. I see these responses as positive. The positive responses account for only 39% of teachers. 18% of teachers responded with no, and another 14% of teachers said probably not, or I don't have a choice. The negative responses account for a third of the teachers interviewed. The I don't know responses account for 28% of the sample. So many of these teachers say that if things continue as they are, no, they will not make it to retirement age. But if there are changes, maybe. During my 83 interviews, it was brought to my attention that 2 high school science teachers had already quit, 2 high school math teachers had already quit, 1 high school math teacher did not return after the first semester ended, and in January, 2 elementary teachers quit. In addition, I'm aware of a veteran 6th grade math teacher and a veteran high school English teacher that will not be returning after the school year ends. So what is causing teachers to sacrifice their retirement and the certification they worked so hard to obtain? Well, in addition to the challenges I just shared, I'd like to offer you a glimpse of what it means to be a teacher today. If you step into a classroom today, you will witness a teacher teaching the content as they should, because that is the main priority and expectation of that teacher. What you won't see is all the planning, the writing and adjusting of lesson plans, the preparation of formative and summative assessments, the differentiation of instruction and accommodations given to meet the many differing and individual student needs. You will see the teacher monitor student understanding, sometimes with bell ringers and exit tickets. You will see them monitor student behaviors while keeping an eye out for students who may be vaping, smoking, or doing drugs, or tagging gang symbols or defacing property, all while trying to answer perhaps hundreds of questions throughout the day. You will see them take attendance each day, for some multiple times a day, while they work to provide a safe and engaging learning environment, promoting discourse among students, utilizing technology, preventing cheating, collecting student work, grading student work, and recording data. What you won't be able to identify is that they are also monitoring student wellness, watching for signs of abuse, neglect, depression, anxiety, and even suicide. You may likely see teachers counsel students, helping them work through problems they may have at school or at home, especially if a counselor isn't available. While much of this is visible in the classroom, you won't be able to see them communicate with parents, oftentimes after the workday has ended, and you won't see them participate in professional development or PLC groups or leadership meetings or committee meetings or staff meetings, and you won't know the strategies or systems they are trying to implement in the classroom from those meetings for the benefit of their students. You won't see them prepare for parent-teacher conferences, complete certification training to proctor ISATs, or complete annual teacher training videos, also known as vector training to some. You won't be able to see everything going on inside their brain, always ready for lockdowns and fire drills, being prepared to put their life on the line in the worst-case scenario. You probably won't see them collaborate with intervention teachers, special education teachers, and ELL teachers, unless, of course, they have to provide the work and instruction in a foreign language themselves for those ELL learners, while also catching up new students who just arrived. And by the way, the internet is down and the printer or copier isn't working again. I hope you agree that it's a lot of pressure for one person. All of the responsibilities I just shared can be found on this list. I asked each teacher to read through and check all of the responsibilities that regularly apply to them. There are a total of 66 tasks on this list. The average teacher checked a total of 56 responsibilities. Workandmoney.com released a list of the 35 hardest jobs in America in June of 2024. Now, where do teachers fall on that list? Number 4. Teaching, according to workandmoney.com, is the 4th hardest job in America, falling between number 1, military personnel, and number 6, firefighters. So as you move forward in your planning for next year as leaders and change makers, I hope you are thoughtful with your decision making and take this information into consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. Trustees, I know I don't want to take, well, I got a lot of questions, but we'll save those for another day because of time. Dr. Russell, we'll just turn it back over to you.
Chair Kirkman, trustees, next item we'll talk about is elementary release time. And I know it's getting late in the evening, so I guess I'd like to get your thoughts because items C through F, we could do written reports to the trustees if they'd like. Most of those are quick updates. The finance report could share with you as well verbally, but just for time's sake, because I think item B might take some time.
Yeah, do you have, if it won't take too much time to put that in writing, let's just get that to the trustees in writing. And then if we need to, we'll in our agenda meeting, maybe put those back on the agenda if there's some questions or some follow-up.
And
Are you guys okay with that, trustees, getting C through G, except for Randy?
I would be, and Chair Kirkman, I also think maybe a connection to our guest speaker. It seems to me like there was some additional questions that maybe trustees had.
Yeah, there is.
I think that could be fine via email if there are.
Yeah.
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 Just a
'cause I do.
connection. Yeah.
And I
think
wish
just
we had a
connection.
lot more time and we could engage back and forth with some questions. So I think that was some fascinating information. So Dr. Russell, why don't you go with the letter B, and then C through G we'll get in email reports type stuff.
We're going to have Mr. Yarborough come forward and share some information around elementary release time. We have been having some discussions and have heard through the school year about our students getting out later at elementary and then with busing getting home later, and have some options that we could at least discuss with trustees. This is an information item, not an action item this month, but would like to have some direction as we go forward, and happy to present more information if you'd like around the release time of our elementary students.
Thank you, Dr. Russell. Chair Kirkman, trustees. I need to ask for two things tonight. Number one is forgiveness for looking like I do. I know that Dr. Russell shared with you, I have some personal things going on to attend to family. So we just got back from Oregon. So that's why I look the way I do. And then secondly is some grace if my mind seems a little bit off on some things, but I'm happy to answer any questions you have. I do have a short presentation that I'll walk through the ideas or the models that we have to address the conversation around possibly shifting elementary end time, and happy to answer any questions you have on that. So Tyler, can you pull up the PowerPoint, please? And I got released to stand on my knee, so we're about there.
We're going to go with that being your positive personal.
Exactly. So next slide, Tyler. So in looking at this current year, again, the first year of a lot of changes that we made within the district, and looking at some current structure things, I want to remind the district of what our current paradigm looks like for how we built our schedule. A couple of things that are important to remember. There are a lot of factors that go into how our schedule is comprised. Number one, we do have some seat time minimums across all grade levels that we have to meet by state code. We are significantly above those in every one of those categories within our district, and have been for years. So I want to just clarify that we meet all of the state minimums when it comes to hours of instruction, but that is something we have within our system. We do this year, moving to the 4-day student contact week and the trimester dynamic, we moved to 3 50-day trimesters, so that's 150 days. The one of the challenges that we have seen this year, and I believe you talked about it in the calendar portion of the committee, I was listening while driving, was the idea of the what we call the Friday slide, or the idea of keeping 4 days a week, even on those Monday holidays. And then there's one around the Christmas holiday to give teachers a work day, and sliding student attendance on the Friday. That is something that we have heard from the community, and those types of things that we could look at. Just wanted to remind the board that is part of the current format. Doing that 4 days allows us to have the calendar that we have as far as beginning and end of the school year. The other things are just reminding, again, our current daily schedules for all of our secondary schools. So all of our 6 through 12 students, their day starts at 7:30 and goes until 3:36 is the release time there. And then our elementary students currently start at 8:51 is the morning bell, and then they go until 4:21 in the afternoon. Those numbers are going to be important as I get into a couple of the models and explain a couple options that we would have for you to consider down the road, but just getting you information and understanding that. Again, these factors are our state minimum hours, seat time for high school. Again, the seat time state requirement for a grading period or a semester-based period, if you will, is 60 hours. Moving the trimester, we were able to be just under that, and we have been under that in our semester-based system for years. We've always appealed just under that number. Currently this year, we're at 57.567 hours in each high school class. Again, those numbers are the things that I think will be important for the board to consider as we talk about some of the options that may be there. The last thing that is a major component to our system is that we are a 2-tiered busing transportation system. Because of the cost to be on a 1-tier system, meaning if we had elementary and secondary, they could do their own buses, their own time, whenever they wanted, we would be looking significantly higher cost in the millions of dollars to do that. So we have a two-tier busing system where our secondary students are bused, then our elementary students are bused, and that lays out the format that we have. So, okay, Tyler, next slide, please. I know there's a lot of words on here. I'm not going to read every one of them, but in the current model, if we're looking to change elementary, the things we need to think about are how the entire system would be impacted. The least disruptive model to do that, given the constraints we have, will be to look at decreasing the release time for elementary by 6-minute increments. And the reason that's important under our Tri-6 schedule, if we were to take 1 minute out of every high school class and bump that back, we gain a minute per class, aka 6 minutes, to move that thing back, to move the release time for elementary back. We also would be moving the high school release time as well. And that gets into the idea of how much the board would have an appetite to appeal further down in hours of instruction in each individual class. So again, as you see in all that data there, every minute that we do, we lose 0.833 hours of instruction across the 50 minutes. 50 minutes in a 50-day trimester, what we take out of each class. So that's the dynamic that we're looking at. One other piece that is important for the board to consider that does relate to the elementary end time, but is a high school particular issue, is the conversation around mentoring and intervention. We've had multiple conversations with various stakeholders, including our teachers, administrators, parents, and students. And the current model we have mentoring and intervention 1 day a week at 44 minutes. That has proven to be very difficult to do all the things we would like to do with mentoring. So we need to make a decision of how that would work and what we would do with that. Again, though, if we extend mentoring time within the day, we're taking minutes out of those high school classes for that appeal side and what would matter there, impacting how long the day needs to be for getting elementary students home. So again, I just want to pose those things and I'll answer some questions shortly. If we move the elementary end time earlier, we would also be decreasing the overall elementary hours, unless we were to move the elementary start time back as well. With our current model, we do have some flexibility on that end. At the end of the day, we are very tight with a 45-minute time period, and that's very tight for us to make. In fact, it's proven at a couple bus routes not tenable. We definitely improved from the fall and made tremendous strides there, but we still have some schools and some routes that aren't quite making that mark. In the beginning of the day, we actually have 1 hour and 21 minutes, so there is some flexibility there. As far as moving the elementary start time back if we need to keep the same elementary instructional hours there. So I want to keep that in front of the board as well. Okay. Next slide, Tyler. Getting into some of the models. So what this would look like in each of these models is looking again at that 6-minute increment of taking time out. What I've done in each one of those is to leave the schedule as is from a start time perspective. And then the last bullet on each one of the 3 categories there is showing, and I apologize, the release time doesn't show. Tyler, I don't know if we can get the yellow. There's one there on the very bottom, showing what the, if we were to slide the elementary start time to keep instructional hours the same at the elementary, what that would look like. So those are the models we have, again, if being the least disruptive. So if we were to take 6 minutes out of the schedule, we would move the secondaries back to a 3:30 release time frame. That would get our elementaries at a 4:15 release time frame if they start at the same time. If we were to decide to push them up, again, same thing to keep elementaries 8:45 to 4:15, again, that's 6 minutes. Another 6 minutes would get us to 4:09 for an elementary release time. Another 6 minutes would get us to 4:03. And again, each one of those minutes costs us 0.833 hours in a trimester in a high school class. So those are the models of how that would work and how that would flow throughout the system as what it would impact. You can see there, I do show the loss of total hours in the high school class, what that looked like per class, again, across the trimester. So what that would look like as far as appealing that much more down. Remember, we're at 57.56 hours right now. If we added in mentoring, there would be an additional cost there, which I'll get to in just a second. Tyler, next slide, please. So the questions for the board are really these. What is the sweet spot for elementary end of day release? We know that when we moved to this schedule, that was one of the concerns that various trustees talked about, is how is that impacting our kids? And I would say that across our community, we still have that as a concern. And I would say it has proven to not be while disruptive and while not comfortable, it hasn't proven to be untenable. We went through a year and things have went okay in that. Do we want to get better? 100%. Can we get better? 100%. But we have found a way to make that work and things that we can do to adjust that. We have adjusted to the system at large, if you will. Still individual circumstances, things arise, but we have been able to survive that. So the question for the board is, what is that sweet spot? How far back would the elementary release time be advisable? And we can talk through any of those models at a later date or whatever you want. I can give more information on that. The second question is, what is the maximum number of hours the board is willing to appeal down in our high school classes when it comes to instruction? One of our big positive factors from this year that has happened is seeing our students every day. When we were on the block schedule, again, if you remember back to when we talked about all of those costs and what would happen there, we are seeing a benefit from seeing students in class every day. That has been definitely a bump. Now, the question is, when you trim that time down, does that positive benefit still stay? And I think there's a conversation for the board to have there. I can give an example of another district in the state that is on the exact same schedule as we are, a tri-6 4-day work week, and they actually appeal down to almost 52 hours in each high school class. They're a very similar district, but smaller as far as they have a 5A school, and they have very similar test results and those types of things that we do. So we have a model in the state that is doing that. I personally would have concern about going that far down, but I want you to know that there are other examples in the state doing that. Trustee Binns.
I know that one of the considerations why we went to the schedule that we did was to allow time for adequate instruction in CTE and busing back and forth. What kind of wiggle room do we have there?
So, great question. Trustee, Chair Taylor, Chair Kirkman, Trustee Binns, again, thanks for the grace of my head. That is a very good question. Again, I think it goes down to a minute a day is probably not noticeable. 2 minutes a day, probably not noticeable. 3 minutes a day, probably not noticeable. 5 minutes a day, 8 minutes a day, 10 minutes a day. And I think that really relates to what we just heard about the stress that puts on teachers and all of those things. I think that is a very important dynamic for us to consider. That being said, that 3 minute mark to me per class seems probably tenable that we could make that work. I think there are some pieces there that we've seen. There is no doubt we are seeing kids when they shuttle, they are having less time in the class. But again, the benefit of seeing them every day seems to be at least balancing to some level that what we're missing. But it's been an adjustment for our teachers to figure out how to redo their curriculum, how to scope and sequence their curriculum in that new model, but they've done that. So again, that idea of the 3 minutes, is that going to be something that they would have to rescope and sequence? I don't believe so, but they would definitely have to be more intentional and continue to examine, is this what we need to teach to our kids from an essential standard standpoint? And that'll be a thing that I think teachers always need to look at, is this working? What interventions do I have? How is my instruction working? So those things are still there. Great question, Trustee Binns. The last two questions really, again, relate to mentoring. I do believe if we are going to use mentoring or intervention or whatever label we want to put that in our high school schedules, we are going to need to consider increasing that by at least a day a week, getting from a 1 day a week model that we have right now to at least 2 days a week. I do have some other models that I don't have tonight that, again, this is an informational item I can bring back that I've developed, models that show a 32-minute mentoring period, a 38-minute mentoring period, and a 44-minute mentoring period, and to show you what that impact is on classes, and can do those if the board so wishes or would like me to share. I can do those things and show you that impact to the waiver down. Again, I think there's a spot there of how far down is the board willing to go in instructional hours per class. And I have all that math worked out for you. And then the last one, and then Trustee Taylor, the other option you do have is considering extending the school year. And I know we just talked about the calendar, those things are there. You could extend the school year and lessen the day to make that up. The challenge is, to do it realistically, you'd have to extend the school year multiple weeks. When you look at just 1 week of instruction, it doesn't relate. Remember, I'm taking 1 minute a day, and what that point at 3 hours is. Well, if we're going to take out multiple days, that becomes a non-issue. You eat that up very, very quickly. That a week of, say, 40 hours of student contact time, or 32 hours, evaporates rather quickly. So you're looking at 3 to 4 weeks to stay in the same ballpark. So that is an option that the board would have.
That is an option.
It is an option. So what?
Not a
make sure-
popular option, but it is an option.
Could you imagine?
Sure.
You would get picketed.
Chair, Chair
Yeah,
Kirkman.
so I
Chair
just
Tate.
have a question. Where do we set the standard of the length of time of instruction should be in a high school course?
Great question. The state makes a magical 60-hour proclamation. When you look at the
Sorry, I just thought it was so funny.
when you make
Sounds like a joke.
It does because it was magical.
when you do a dive at the research behind that, it actually relates to the reality of something you talked about in the curriculum conversation. And I was watching the entire ride here. Students come with different things that they need. Students enter the class with different background knowledge and different points. And it puts a really heavy load on our teachers and on the system to understand, how can I ensure that all students know this critical content? Time needs to be the variable. Learning needs to be the constant. Our current system, time is the constant and learning is the
Well,
variable.
yeah, because a TV show is only 20 minutes because it's the amount of attention that you can get from a human being.
Correct, unless you do things to increase that
Correct.
engagement, modality changes, different
Correct.
instructional models.
But think
different
about how
things.
fast you have to
Correct.
really change even a show in a 30-minute period of time. So I just am wondering, like, is it really just a magical unicorn number and really it doesn't mean shit? Or
Well-
anything? I'm so sorry. I
It's
am
Brooke and
so
I talking,
sorry.
so,
I'm
yep.
so sorry. I'm so sorry.
Trustee-
I'm so sorry.
Trustee Taylor, I talking. Trustee Taylor, I do agree with your sentiment that there is.
Sorry.
It's late.
There
I'm
seems
so
to be a
sorry.
very amorphous idea of what that means. Again, while time can be a variable, I think as a system we have to commit to what is our floor that we're going to say we need to make sure that we have
Right.
access for students in this time frame.
Correct.
And what can they do? And I think that's the question for the board to answer is, how willing are you willing to go to 55 hours in a class? Are you willing to go to 52 hours in a class? That's the question.
And if that happens, then where does it stop? I mean, you get 57 hours and then we're gonna maybe consider 55. All right, well, then we got all this, and now we're gonna consider 54. And then, really, where does it stop? So I think, I'm not a big fan of
Chair Kirkman,
reducing-
I completely understand that sentiment. I do think one maybe other perspective to bring with the idea of mentoring or intervention. One of the challenges that most secondary schools have is the idea of scheduling in intervention. And without getting too deep in the weeds and respecting time, intervention at the high school level is really difficult because it's not the same. It's not the same world we live in the elementary world. In the elementary world, we want to get specific skills, specific proficiencies to kids that they can use as a learner. At the current system in the world, it changes to a Carnegie unit. I need to make sure you have so many credits to graduate. So what intervention tends to look like in the high school level is I give you extra time to do credit recovery, and whatever assignment you didn't turn in, you get turned in so you can get a grade. I'm not advocating for that. I'm just giving the board that honest opinion. That's the challenge. One of the things that we can do, and I think a lot of our high school teachers, a lot of our high school administrators, a lot of our high school folks have really leaned into, is trying to use intervention and mentoring in a much more strategic way that supports kids for what their need is. If it is more time with a specific teacher for some of our really high achieving kids, like in an AP class, they just need to ask that one or two questions they didn't get done or they found in the reading. They just need access to the teacher to have those questions answered. Some of our kids know you need more time to get that specific skill done. Another advantage we have with our new schedule is figuring out the nuance of how can we schedule not intervention classes and not remedial classes per se, but actual skill building classes, and how can we shift that? Now, as we progress through that, it still doesn't solve the problem of kids needing to accelerate or decelerate based off their learning need, but it gets us closer to maybe reaching a better balance in that. So
I understand that. And that mentoring, and Trustee Ben's next, and I'll get to you. But go ahead, Trustee.
The first question that you had of your list of questions was, what's the sweet spot for the elementary release? Is the plan to send out a survey saying, hey, parents, when do you need kids home? Or how are we going to determine?
Sweet spot is earlier than 4:03. I mean, the sweet spot is earlier than the 4:03.
Between noon and
Oh,
4.
guaranteed. Guaranteed.
Be 2:33.
2:30, yeah, 2:33 is the sweet spot, Stephanie. just in case you don't live in our
Sure.
zones.
Chair Kirkman, Trustee Benz, I say this with caution in what I know I'm going to say is I really think that the board might have to look at the reality that we can't make a schedule to meet everyone's wants. We can make a better schedule to address some of the needs that we're seeing with our families. So the conversation of if we were to get back to even a 4:09 release time, which is only 12 minutes, it doesn't seem like a lot. But if we can get to where we're clearing the elementary campuses with busing, with everything by 4:30, the vast majority of our students are home by 5, not 5:15, not 5:20. Like I think that's a conversation that the board can really consider and weigh. If you get to 4:03 again, that's 6 more minutes. Is that okay? Now again, the cost of that. What does that cost on the other end for our kids? Because we are intertwined because of our financial inability to be a different tiered busing system. Like we can't do it.
I know that this board understands 100% that we can't, and we've experienced it. You can't make everybody happy.
We've experienced it multiple times, multiple ways.
If we were, and not to get too far into the weeds, but you take that class period and you take that class, take 1 minute out of that class period, or the 2 minutes, or the 3 minutes, and like you were saying, where does that end? And I think of, do teachers come in and teach minute 1, open minute to closing minute? No, there's typically 2 or 3 or 4 minutes. Kids get settled in, and then maybe 4 or 5, 6 minutes at the end where they're just kind of chilling until the bell rings or it's time to go. So maybe, and I don't know where this is, that 2 minutes might not be that big of an adjustment, or 3 minutes even. But when you start working into the 4 or the 5 minutes, now you're cutting into their chill time, which really what I mean by that is teaching from minute, open minute to end minute type of a thing. Anyways, just a thought. Go ahead, Trustee Benz.
That's not, I have a different experience. Yeah, with teaching bell to bell, because that's the goal. That is the goal. And when you're trying to get through that curriculum and you already are shy time and the kids are coming in behind, every minute counts. And I tell my kids this every day. I mean, people have gone to my classroom. There was a guy, our mystery shopper, inspecting things, and the kids got up before the bell. I'm like, did you hear the ringing? If you're hearing ringing, it's a serious medical condition. Sit down. Don't waste any time, because it really is. Those minutes sound like nothing to somebody who hasn't been in the classroom. But if you've been in the classroom, those minutes are precious. So,
Trustee Taylor.
Okay, just because I have a hard 9 o'clock out, I want to ask my question, and then I know, but I want to give where I'm going to be at with this and what I would like to see, and then you can get the consensus from this board, and our chair can direct you. But how long are high school classes, as a reminder?
3 of the 4 days, they're 71 minutes. And then with a mentoring day, I believe there's 63 minutes.
If I wanted a 4:03 stop time, that would make them
68 minutes for 3 days and 60 minutes on the other day right now, current schedule.
It's a lot of time to me.
5 minutes we're talking about? Is that what it is?
Well, I feel as if, let me tell you how this breaks down in my mind. I hear you saying time is a variable. I agree with you. It doesn't matter how long it takes, it matters how effective it is. And flat out, that's life. That's how life works. That's just, I'm living proof. But point of this is that I would like to see us explore getting out as early as possible in elementary. So right now, if you were going to say, what's your option? 4:03 is my time. However, I'm very intrigued in hearing what we can do with that little bit of lapse time in the morning, because what I'm hearing is we might have 5 minutes there. If we have 5 minutes there, can we,
So I need to be clear. We do not have that on the secondary time frame. It's the elementary.
Correct.
So the only way to do that would be to take the secondary start from 7:30 to 7:25 or 7:20.
That's what I need
I would
to hear.
highly advise against
I
that.
wouldn't want to do it either. That's what I needed to hear.
So again, that structure is the hard start spot and then the variable at the end for the secondary. We do have wiggle with elementary to keep their hours the same.
But not
secondary.
Okay, so nope, I would scratch that. And only because I will say also, I'm a big fan of late start for secondary. Like if just so everybody is clear, if I stay on this board, I want to go there because I think we're flipped, but I also am a fan of a one-tier busing system, but I can't have everything and nobody wants to levy for everything I desire. So that being said, I'm all for whatever options explore us getting to the earliest release that we can, just so that everybody knows where I'm coming from.
No, I think we're all there.
And then I also like the idea of, and even after that presentation, funny that you would go after that, because I like the idea of time being the variable. Would it not be, or do we know of any models where there is more mentoring for the kids that need to fill in the gaps, right? So it's like, okay, now you're going to have 55 hours of instructional time, but those filling gaps go to your mentoring, or I don't know.
Yep.
I'm so glad that you make the big bucks. To do
There's
the
got to
job.
be, and there's got to be some
But-
sweet spot with the mentoring also.
Yeah, that's what I would say too, is there's got to be a sweet spot with the mentoring, but that's what I would like to explore. And then I'll finish by saying they don't give you the easy jobs here, do they? And that's it.
They do.
All right, Trustee Benz.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, if we have, you have here for the very first one, if we lose a minute per class, right? 7:30 start time for secondary, 8:45 start time for elementary. Is that as close as we can get? We couldn't do 7:30, 8:30?
If we wanted to do that, the only impact we are having is increasing the amount of instructional time at the elementary if we're wanting to end the backside. Meaning, if we want to go from 421 to 403, all we're doing by shifting that back earlier is just adding more instructional time to elementary. We can do that, but that's again, it's only the elementary where we have the wiggle room, because our reason, again, just as a reminder, the reason we built that in was this first year in with busing was to understand how special education busing would work in the morning and see what our gaps are. I think we have some margin in the morning. We don't have any margin in the afternoon. We have proof of concept that's 45 minutes is as tight as it can be. And we'd love to get to 50 minutes if we can find some way to do that.
Okay.
Would the board want me to bring the actual models and show you the exact amount of time with mentoring? I can do all those things if that's what the board would like to see. So I can show you exactly what 403 means for high school with 1 day of mentoring, with 2 day of mentoring. I can do that.
So that's what I was gonna. I think the board wants to ask the impossible of you. Just make it all work between this time and this time.
Chair Kirkman, would you like the administration to bring a recommendation that we think that meets the lowest?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, if we can look at and maybe using that end time, that 403 for elementary students, and then work backwards.
Yep.
Maybe taking a look at it that way, and then maybe some recommendations on that.
Yep. Can do.
Is there anything else, trustees?
I had a question. So if I recall right, when I was in high school, I had work release and it was a credited class. Why can't we get mentoring to be a 303 credited class? And then we're not fighting what days we have it, what days we don't. We're getting seat time. We're getting credit time for a class.
Chair Kirkman, Trustee Jennings, great question. Trustee Jennings, the hard part is to do that across the system. We're actually taking an elective away from a student to do that. And one other possibility would be to create an intervention section that they do have. Mentoring, we're actually seeing the call for mentoring more from our high achieving kids who want more time with specific teachers for very advanced classes. Sure. So that's a little bit different dynamic. And again, then if we did that and had them do that, they would be giving up another elective. Another thing we're hearing from that population is they want more electives and choices, not less. So these are our kids who typically, they're an athlete, they're in choir or orchestra, they're taking 4 AP classes, they want to take it all. And so that's, again, a portion of our population. It's not the only portion of our population, but it's trying to balance that with students who are significantly behind and need more remediation and support that way. And we're trying to use mentoring and intervention to support both of those needs. But if we were to do that just as a class, it takes away the ability to get to the other teacher, because that teacher still has a class. What I need in intervention is the entire system. We can say, okay, everybody's English teacher has this intervention time. I can go see my English teacher. Whereas if I just did it at 6th period, that English teacher might be teaching another class. So that's the challenge of it.
I understand it.
Okay, Trustee Taylor. And then I know there's a ton of questions here, but in spite of time, we need to move.
My last question would be, and maybe this is all gone as well. When I was in high school, long time ago, I get it. But what about like a instead of intervention, what about like successful skill building classes, right? So we still have that, right? Where if I'm like, nobody's ever really taught me how to be organized, I'm a really disorganized person, I can go take this class and it's going to help me with organizing and listing.
Chair Kirkman and Trustee Taylor, we don't have that in the way that you experienced. We do have that, particularly for some of our students who have special services. We do have organizational things and built within that. Now, what I am proposing is that idea of bringing some of those classes back, that you do look at students who are struggling with that. And that might not be as much choice on their part as, no, you're proving you need this. We need to find a way to support you to be successful.
And this
So
class would do
we would
that.
have to have conversations with parents that they understand what that looks like. And again, what we're trying to do is set their student up for success rather than be, well, I can take it if I want or not, but I'm never organized. Well, freshman X, you need this. We've got to get this to you. Those are the things that we could look at building some of those sections within our schedule, which would be what Trustee Jennings is talking about of, no, that's a class that I'm going to, I'm learning that thing.
Yep.
Again, intervention in the elementary is I'm looking at skill by skill, kid by kid. So if a kid knows fractions, great. I don't need them in the intervention group, but if they need to understand decimals, I'm intervening in real time with them. That's the hard part of the Carnegie unit. It's called the credit idea at the high school to be able to do that. Our middle schools have found a way to do that with what they call halftime and either hawk time or cap time or whatever they do there. They found ways to navigate that. And they basically taken a period, divided it in half, and then they have an 8-period day is what they do. And they have some other time for middle school folks and where they're doing that intervention and seeing some good success in that. But they're not beholden to the credit requirement for the high schools.
Right,
That's
I
the
get it.
thing. We just need to get rid of the credit requirement. Okay, well, thank you so
Thank you.
much.
Thank you.
And thanks for coming in off the road.
Yeah, I apologize so
No, no apologies necessary. We're going to excuse Trustee Taylor. She needs to get out. Dr. Russell, let me just ask you real quick, in the interest of time, I know Trustee Benz has to leave. I have to be on the road at 4 a.m. Is there anything in these, like the finance treasury report, that we can't put off to?
No, Chair Kirkman, I think all that can be done in the kind of written report to the board. Much of the explanations there. and
Nothing glaring,
Nothing that.
the world's going to end if we don't hear about it, kind of a thing? Okay. So on that note, and thank you so much for all the information and the input and all of your stuff. I told you we should have ended right after the robots, and you guys didn't. I will entertain a motion to adjourn. We don't, I know, but we do it in my other meeting. Okay, we are adjourned for the night. Thank you.